Here we go. days. It's another one of those days. Did I leave my coffee out in the kitchen? I did. I left my coffee in the kitchen. Hold on. Let me go grab it. Loot. 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 All right, I'm back. Gonna grab my coffee. Oh, we're talking about the mystery. We've uncovered a little bit of a mystery on the internet. We've uncovered a little bit of an internet mystery. Who is Miss D? We've been posting these grandma gifs on the Discord, and a recurring name that we'll see is that of Miss D. Now, where this gets interesting is some of these are actually kind of ominous. Pops up everywhere, like the grandma of all grandmas. But some of these can actually be kind of ominous. You see D popping up all over in these GIF searches. But yeah, some of these are just kind of ominous. Like, look at this one. Time's up. Time's up. Watch your back. Just everywhere I see is D, 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 D. Trying to unravel this mystery. Well, when do you think you'll be going over the slides today? Asking so I know, and I should try to tune back in if I'm not busy at work. Well, let's take a look. We've got a couple questions in the question box. So probably here in around an hour. Maybe not that long. Oh yeah, maybe a little longer. We'll see. Probably around 2:30 p.m. my time. About an hour from now, maybe an hour and a half, depending on if we get more questions. We've got an exciting topic today. Today we're talking about daddy issues. Daddy Issues Day. So this is going to be a fun one. It's Daddy Issues Day. Daddy issues and mommy issues, two different categories. Not to get too far ahead of myself or to spoil anything, but we're gonna do a mommy issues episode. We're starting with daddy issues. If I'm gay, does that mean I automatically have daddy issues? No. No. Isn't saying a girl has daddy issues inherently misogynistic? I mean, if you're just, like, using it as an insult towards a woman, then yes, but I'm sitting here now as a man with daddy issues. I'm gonna talk about the topic of daddy issues and how they affect men, how they affect women, how they affect non-binary and LGBTQIA plus people. You're not gonna catch me sleeping today. But no, you could, I see where you're coming from, because a lot of people will use it more like an insult. But what we're talking about here is the issues that people have with the paternal figure in their life. Commonly referred to as daddy issues. So that's what we're talking about today. We're going to be all sorts of inclusive. I've got both mommy and daddy issues. You know? It often comes in pairs. Having issues with your parents is very rarely just a one-sided thing. Miss you, Dad. Yeah, it's a shame to hear about your dad, the CEO of United Healthcare. It's a shame that he had a family. It's a shame. I've heard people talking about that on the internet comments. They're just like, why are you celebrating this? This guy had a family. I'm like, what about all the families he killed? First stream I've hopped into after a friend recommended you to me. Having daddy issues and finally starting to have a relationship with my dad is insanely wild at this point. You know, you tuned in at the right time. You tuned in at the right time, the right episode. The universe has a way of doing that. I'm not going to celebrate anybody's death, but the death of the United Healthcare CEO, the insurance platform in the United States that rejects the most claims of any health insurance company, they reject somewhere near like 32% of all of their claims. Like, I'm not going to celebrate anybody's death because I think that's in bad taste, but I'm not going to be shedding any tears. Yeah, anybody who has ever had United Healthcare probably, you know, like they can attest to how terrible it is. You know, the health insurance industry in the United States is a big scam, and United Healthcare is one of the worst of a really terrible industry. I don't feel good about anyone being murdered. Let's just say no one's passing would make me less sad. You know what? I would be happy if these CEOs had an Ebenezer Scrooge moment. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see more CEOs having an Ebenezer Scrooge moment and turning their act around rather than getting clapped in the street. I agree. I would much rather see healthcare CEOs saying, "Oh my God, what have I been doing? Where is my humanity?" And then fixing the problems that they've created. I would much rather see that happen. Yeah, the schadenfreude that you feel from a healthcare executive being in fear, just think about all of the fear that the people that live in that healthcare system feel. The fear of not knowing if they're going to be able to keep their house because they got cancer. They also literally just changed, like in Missouri and Connecticut, and I think maybe in a couple other places, they changed it so that they won't pay for your anesthesia for your surgery if your surgery takes too long. Connecticut backed out of that today. Good. I hope Missouri does the same. Like, where's the humanity here? Like, I'm not gonna celebrate people getting shot in the streets. I think that's barbaric. But where's the humanity here? Like, when people are treated in an inhumane way, you cannot fault people for responding in an inhumane way. You cannot demand humanity from the masses, but then have the people who actually are in control behave in such a barbaric fashion. Yeah, I can't wait to raw dog some surgeries. Yeah, doc, take out my appendix. Take out my appendix. By the way, is it cheaper to just not put me under? I guess what I will say is that it's a shame that it had to come to this. That's what I'll say. That's what I feel about this. It's a shame that it had to come to this. You know, could we just haven't trusted the health insurance lobbyists or the pharmaceutical industry to actually do the right thing? That would have been nice. That would have been nice if we could have just trusted them to do the right thing. But no. It's a shame. It's a shame that things had to come to this. And you know that the CEOs aren't going to take this and be like, well, let's change our ways. Let's be better. No. They're just going to hire more armed guards. They're just going to build deeper bunkers. I wonder if we'll see more vigilante events as conservatives enact Project 2025. I mean, what is a revolution if not just a series of vigilante events? Do you support a revolution? You gotta remember that the media is gonna portray revolutionaries and protesters as the enemy. You gotta remember that. I'm not saying this guy was a revolutionary. I'm not trying to say that. But I'm just saying that's how the media is always going to spin it. I myself may have some revolutionary thoughts, but I'm just a housewife. You don't have to kneecap yourself. You don't have to limit yourself in that way. This can be two separate and distinct thoughts. I have revolutionary thoughts. I am a housewife. There doesn't need to be a but. There doesn't need to be an exclusion. You have a voice, and that voice gives you power. Anyway, how are we feeling today? Glad tomorrow's Friday. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm excited for the presentation. I also feel a sprinkling of melancholy. Just a dash. Nothing overwhelming. a bit somber. I'm not ready to discuss my daddy issues today. Here's the thing, you don't have to discuss your daddy issues today if you don't want to. We're discussing daddy issues in general. We'll leave it up to the people who feel comfortable talking about their daddy issues to do so, but there's no expectation of anybody to have to participate. I don't even know if I have daddy issues. Do you have a daddy? Lots of people have issues with their paternal figure. Just like lots of people also have issues with their maternal figure. So it's not going to be just daddy issues. We're going to talk about mommy issues in another episode. But today's the daddy issues episode. So before anybody comes in and they're like, oh, where's the mommy issues? That's another episode. It gets its own episode. We're going to talk how your relationship with the paternal influence in your life might be a dad, might be a grandpa, might be an uncle. Love to participate in the convo for this presentation, but I'm working today. I will try to listen in though. You know, we're always keeping the conversation going in the Discord, so if you wanted to talk about something later, we can do that in there. Could also be an opportunity to maybe just think about what we talk about and give you some time to gather your own thoughts. I just got told, oh sugar, you have such a good attitude since that talk. We have noticed I've acted the same as I always do. Yeah, that's because they're full of shit. You work in a law office. That's the fakest place in the world. Like, they don't, like, are they trying to, like, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to gaslight themselves, or are they trying to gaslight you? All I know is that the gas is being lit. Feeling jubilation today? Nice. That's a good one. I love a little bit of jubilation. Yeah, I think that your workplace has gone beyond gaslighting. There's just a full-blown gas leak. I think they are afraid I'm gonna quit since my office mate did, which I am. I mean, hell yeah. You were just in it for those Seahawks tickets, huh? You're playing them for the long game. You feeling euphoric? Nice. Love some endorphins, don't we? They're giving you overtime. Too little, too late. They're getting desperate. Hi, Papa. I've always been wanting to share something that's been on my mind lately. I've been feeling really alone, even though I've always enjoyed my own company. There are just moments when the quiet feels heavier than usual. I used to have people I'd text here and there, but they don't reply anymore. I understand that everyone has their own lives and responsibilities, but sometimes I can't help myself from wondering if I am just someone that people do not want to be around. I've been trying to stay busy. I go out and be around people. I can talk to anyone in a room, but even when I do, it feels like those conversations or connections fade just as quickly as they start. It's hard to not feel like I'm only noticed when I'm useful to someone, when they need something, advice for example, rather than just because they want me around. I guess I'm just feeling invisible in some ways, like I'm here but not really seen. Relatable. Oh, hello, dogs. I think a lot of people are feeling disconnected. And I feel like a lot of people are also having a hard time keeping up their connections. Oops. Sorry, Miss Poopy. Didn't mean to scare you. Dropped the thing that was... Oops. Jump scare. Huh? Too bad. Okay, if you can trust him. Yeah, I'll get up and check on him. These dogs are just so bad. They'll be outside for 20 minutes, you leave them alone for 5 minutes unsupervised, and it's like, why did you have to pee on something? They're psychos. These dogs are just nuts. Alright, questioner. I've been taking a little bit of time to think about what you're saying here, because this is some pretty relatable stuff. I feel like a lot of people can relate to this right now. And I feel like this isn't just something that you are struggling with. I feel like this isn't just something that you're dealing with. I feel like this is something that's going around. I feel like this is something that's been kind of manifesting and kind of brewing within society and within culture, just with like the rise of social media, COVID, social distancing, lockdowns, all of those things. It's just, we're really having like a disconnection situation. We're having like a loneliness epidemic. I would say that what you might find helpful is meaningful connection. And I think the places where you'll be able to find some of the most meaningful connections are going to be in organizations or doing volunteering or, pursuing a shared interest with other people. I feel like that's something that's really going to help to encourage and motivate those feelings that you're trying to find. This is also a good, one of the things that I find helpful in this, group chats. I feel like having text message threads or just individual communication with people, I feel like a lot of people are just having a harder time keeping that up. But what I find to be helpful is to be in a group chat with many of my friends or many, people that we know, so that it doesn't feel like just one person has to actively participate and engage and keep this discussion going. I feel like something like that kind of disperses the responsibility that's involved in keeping a dialogue running. So consider starting a group chat with your friends. Bring them together. Because you just think about it. It's easier to keep a conversation going if you got multiple people involved. But if it's just two people having a dialogue, it's like, we live in a busy, fast-paced world. It's kind of hard to just keep one conversation going with one person when you got all sorts of other stuff that you're trying to do. And I'm not saying that that's good or okay. I think sitting down and having meaningful one-on-one conversations with people is really important. But what I've noticed is that, just having a group chat with all of my friends has helped to keep us all more social. Because none of us really have many side conversations where it's just one-on-one. Every once in a while, sure. But for the most part, it's in the group, So make it a group effort to keep these friendships going. That's what I'm trying to say. Make it a team effort. Or take some time to, pursue your hobbies and interests and meet new people and ask them questions and show interest or take some time to do some volunteering. Meet some like-minded people and work together for a common good, and, you'll feel all sorts of fulfilled. Sometimes when I need somebody to just... This is going to sound really lonely, but hear me out here. There are sometimes I have ideas for a concept or a topic that I want to talk about here, right? And I feel like I don't really have very many people in my life who could keep up with what I'm talking about. And I'm not saying that that's anything special about me, it's just that I'm a weirdo. And I don't want people to be like, what are you talking about? Okay. But so what I'll do is I'll tell it to ChatGPT and I'm like, what do you think of this idea? I just do it with the AI, and then the AI is always very enthusiastic and very excited and very nice to hear what I have to say, or the ideas that I want to talk about with it. And I find it satisfying in a way. It's not the same as talking to a person, but it is still nice to, receive enthusiastic feedback for whatever idea you're mulling with. Like the other day I was talking about to ChatGPT and I was just like, do you think empathy is a thing that would evolve within a species? Like say we met aliens, right? Like certain alien species would probably have really high levels of empathy because that would allow them to develop as a species. It would allow them to survive and cooperate and assist each other. But then there would probably be other alien types of species that don't have empathy. And so I spent a while talking to ChatGPT about hypothetical alien races and whether or not they would have empathy and what they could do to learn how to have empathy. It was a very fun conversation. But I feel like I couldn't really sit down with a human. I mean, maybe I have some human friends who I could sit down and talk to about stuff like that, but most people would be like, what the fuck are you smoking, dude? You know what I mean? It was actually a really fun conversation. Made me way more interested in using ChatGPT. I'm telling you, ChatGPT can do so much more than just your homework. I feel like someday ChatGPT or something like it can be used for therapy. For a lot of the like formulaic aspects of therapy, it's actually really good. Like if you have something that you're trying to work through where we've known for a long time the standard practice for like step by step how to deal with that thing, ChatGPT is really good at that. You can be like, hey, ChatGPT, I have a goal that I'm working on. What steps should I take in that goal? What should my first step be? Really good at that kind of stuff. People are also good at it too, but sometimes it's nice to just have it there, like readable, accessible, and you don't have to like remember it. You don't have to like write it down. It's just like it's there for you. You know what I mean? I feel like the future of a lot of jobs is going to be people working in tandem with artificial intelligence. I had it guide me through breathing exercise one time when I had a panic attack. It was helpful. See, like it can even do stuff like that. Like it knows the techniques, it knows the words to use. I think what's really missing is that like genuine human connection that you would have, but for a lot of things that you're trying to work on in your life, it's like, who cares if you're getting that information from a human or from a machine? You know what I mean? It's like, is it helpful if it comes out of my mouth? Or is it okay if it's just text? The AI can also generate a voice, too. It could even replicate a voice. You could even teach it how to use your voice. And then you could make it say nice things to you in your own voice. Wouldn't that be fun? Possibilities are endless. Will Neff said that the best advice you can receive is something you already knew, you just need someone else to confirm it. Oh yeah, good old confirmation bias. I'm joking, but only a little. We do love when we hear something that affirms that which we already know. I want to use it more and polish my ChatGPT skills. I'll check it out. If you have any questions, because I've spent a lot of time talking to ChatGPT, I'll ask it questions about how it works. I'll ask it questions about how it thinks. I told it I want to understand how an AI thinks, and I told it that in exchange I will teach it more about how a human thinks. And so, like, who else can I talk to about that? I can't talk to another human about how an AI thinks and then teach it how a human thinks. I can only have that conversation with an AI. One of my best tips for ChatGPT is if you have something that you would like for it to do for you, ask it how you can phrase it, ask it how you can get it to do that. It's also very good at teaching you how to use it better. You're like, I want to talk to ChatGPT, but I'm not sure how to talk to ChatGPT. Ask it, it'll tell you. All right, let's take a look in the question box. Do I just use the free publicly available version? I do. Casey actually Casey has the advanced version, but I just use the regular one. The regular one's still really good. Sometimes when you're using the free one, it'll give you a free trial of the pay one, and you can use that for a little while. But yeah, I mostly just use the free one. The paying for the new one is really good if you want it to have like access to the internet and you want it to have like access to like up-to-date modern information like current events and stuff. That's one of the benefits of using the paid model, but if you're fine with talking about stuff that's already been like established as of like a few years ago, that's fine. The difference is just the amount of things that it has access to. The amount of things that it can do. But the free version can still do a lot of stuff. So give that one a try and see how you like it. Like if you were to ask the free version of ChatGPT to tell you about today's news, it would just make stuff up because it doesn't have access to today's news. But if you had the paid version, it might actually have access to that information, and so that's the difference. It's just drawing from a bigger pool of information whenever it generates your response, but the amount of information available to the free version is still pretty huge. I'm already using it, but I think I don't use it as much as I should. If you want to know more about different ways that ChatGPT could help you in your day-to-day life, ask it and it will tell you. It will give you some ideas. You can have it summarize things for you. You can have it distill information for you. You can copy-paste an academic article and say, can you explain this as you would explain it to a 5-year-old? And it'll do it for you. And then you can ask it to do it, but in a pirate voice, and it will, and it'll say, "Yar, matey, ahoy." I've always wanted an AI to talk to. I've always, like, ever since I was a kid, even if I'm being honest, just like having a computer that you can talk to, I've always wanted that. But no, they added it so that the free model can save memories. It'll save memories and you can give it instructions and stuff. So you can do that now even on the free version. Her. Oh, I love that movie. It's a good movie. What if we watched that for movie night? Oh man. Hi, Papa. I've been wanting to share something that's been on my mind lately. I've been feeling really alone, even though I've always enjoyed my own company. Oh wait, I read this one already. Oop. Next one. I feel low and down. You know, it's that time of year, I'm afraid. I've noticed it in myself, I've noticed it in people year after year. It's just that time of year to be a little bit somber, a little bit melancholic, a little bit down. Well, we're gonna make it through. Whatever it takes. I know we will make it through. I have an exam in 12 days. I don't have anyone to hang out with before that exam. I'm gonna be stuck in my dorm apartment. I don't share my room. Around me it's a bit messy and I actually managed to make myself a dinner, but that wasn't made in a microwave. The store is about a 10-minute walk away. My thought is if I buy snacks I'll feel better, but I can't really eat snacks for 12 days straight. I already have acne and I don't want to be worse. My screen time is up. I took a daily walk and it was so cold I didn't want to go out again. What do I do? My brain feels heavy. I have no idea how I'm going to make it until the 17th. Any advice on how to keep sane? And what can I do to make this experience better? Is it better to stare at the PC than mobile? Can that help? Alright. What I would say is, actually, and this isn't what I would say, this is what David Goggins would say. David Goggins would say, you need to go out and walk even though it's cold. If walking is important to you, you walk in spite of the cold. You don't use it as an excuse to not do something. That's what David Goggins would say. Oh no, David Goggins. David Goggins is a little bit cuckoo, if I'm being honest, but to be fair, he also says, don't be like me. He will say that. He'd be like, don't be like me. I take things way too far. I'm way too extreme. Don't be like me. I have an obsession. But he does have some valid advice. I think a good thing to do to branch out your time is to think about other things that you could do. Is there a library nearby? Could you go to the library and hang out? You know, just go to the library, hang out, read a book, read magazines, say hi to the librarian. You know, is there like a community area on campus? I think branching out from your normal is going to be a good idea here. And I would recommend library or like a common area or somewhere where people like to go and just hang out and spend time and do stuff. Because even if you're just like going with your laptop or your phone and you're just like gonna be on the internet, sometimes it's better to just go to a common area and do that and be around other people, even if you're not actively like talking and engaging with those people. Sometimes it's nice to just be around people, even if you're not doing anything to engage with them. Is it better to stare at a PC than mobile? It's probably a negligible difference if I'm being honest. I think that one of the only reasons why a PC might be a little bit better is because the letters are bigger. So you don't have to strain your eyes as much to read what you're looking at. I think that might be a benefit of using a PC, but PCs also, you know, maybe you can have better posture. I'm gonna say it's like the differences are gonna be pretty small, and it's mostly just gonna be like posture and eye strain related. Like neither one is especially good to be doing all day. But yeah, I would say check out the library, check out a book. You know, what's a book you've always been curious about? I feel like a lot of people probably have a book that they've maybe heard referenced throughout their life, a book that they've never actually read, a book that they've always been kind of curious about. Do you have any books like that in your life? That book for me would have to be Don Quixote or The Count of Monte Cristo. I've always meant to read those books. I want to read The Expanse. Go do it right now. That is one of my favorite book series. I've read every single one. The Expanse series is great. I love it. But yeah, winter's a great time to do some reading, and what I would say to kind of get you into it is just take some time to think. What's a book that I've always heard about, a book that's always been referenced, or a book that I've always been told is a good book? Maybe I should go read that book. Maybe that's why I keep thinking about it. Maybe that's why it keeps standing out whenever people talk about it or mention it. You know what I mean? Crime and punishment. Poop and pee. I want to write a book called Poop and Pee and have it be just as long as the book Crime and Punishment. How long is that book? Well, let me look. How many pages is this book? All I know about Crime and Punishment is that it's a long book. Oh, it's actually not that, but 527 pages. That's pretty long. That's not super long. I've read longer books. Oh, it's by Dostoevsky. You know, I have a Dostoevsky book that I've been meaning to read. The Brothers Karamazov. I have that book I've been meaning to read. Good luck getting through Dostoevsky. Very dense. Good luck on your exam. Good luck on your exam. Hi, Brain Domain. So today I wanted to ask, how does one survive grief? One day at a time, one moment at a time. The thing about grief is that sometimes you will feel like you're completely over it. You'll feel like it's been years since I've felt, that sadness or that loss. And then something hits you. A smell, a sight, a sound, and you're right back there and you're just bawling your eyes out. And you know what? That's okay. Because what I've noticed is that when you're overcoming grief and when you're healing from grief, those moments, they don't necessarily feel so sad. It's more of like a bittersweet. It's just like, you're really, you're happy to be reminded of that person in such a strong way. You know what I mean? It's like, of course you miss them. Of course you have those powerful feelings, that loss. But it's not entirely sad. It's like, I'm glad I had those moments. I'm glad I have these memories, you know? I think one of the best ways to survive grief is to take measures to honor and celebrate the memory of the person that you have lost, and to be grateful for the time that you had, even if it was short. 'Cause that's what really matters. That stuff lives on within you. The heart does go on, as Celine Dion would say. I'd be interested to see what the brain looks like on grief and how it processes that information. You got me curious. It's just like the implications of that though are kind of unsettling. It's just like, hey, I know you're in a tight spot right now. I know you're really going through it. Let me hook up these diodes to your brain. I want to see what's going on up there in that noodle now that you're, grieving this loss. But it would be interesting to see what parts of the brain grief is active in. To see what other types of emotions those parts of the brain also overlap with. Last night I was scrolling through TikTok when I came across a video that stopped me in my tracks. Here's the link. I'll check it here in a little bit. In it, a man shares a moment where he absentmindedly uses a hair product only to realize it smelled exactly like his mom who had passed away a few years ago. The memory overwhelmed him and he broke down crying. It was raw, honest, and deeply moving. Smell is one of the most powerful activators for memory. It's a very primal thing. It's how animals recognize their mothers. It's how they recognize their loved ones. We smell the same. Dogs do it, cats do it, we do it. And so maybe it's, the deodorant they wore, maybe it's the perfume, maybe it's the laundry detergent. It's a little mix of both, like all of those things. And it's this kind of cocktail that resonates as just like them, What made it even more impactful for me was that today marks the 1-year anniversary of my uncle's passing. My grandma has been heartbroken all day, and watching her grieve has been devastating. It made me reflect on how will I cope when I lose my mom. The thought alone is unbearable. How does anyone survive that kind of heartbreak? By not worrying about it until after it happens. And it's normal to do that, don't get me wrong. It's normal to do that. You're not unusual or weird for doing that, because knowing that things are impermanent always leads you to wonder about what you will do whenever you lose this thing. I've found myself doing it too, like with my pets or with people I care about. It's just like, what am I gonna do when they're not here anymore? It's like, but that's far off in the future. That's not happening right now. I can worry about that when I get there. I can trust myself to navigate that when I'm in it. I don't need to mourn this person that is alive. Termalini, thank you for the Prime sub. I guess you can't really smell in womb. Well, see, here's the thing. Your olfactory bulb in your brain could still be activated even though you're not actually smelling things. Like, for all we know. Like, smelling doesn't happen with your nose. It happens, like, the perception of the scent happens in your mind. Which is why sometimes people who are having a stroke can smell burning toast. Or sometimes people will smell scents like burnt rubber, when there's not actually a smell that makes them perceive that smell. To answer the question, how does anyone survive that kind of heartbreak? You'll know when you get there. Because when it does happen, you will survive it. But you don't need to know that right now. You'll figure that out when you get there. Like, you don't want to preemptively mourn somebody who's not gone. You don't want to mourn the living. This does happen, though. Sometimes people do mourn the living. Like, maybe the person that you're mourning has just changed drastically. Maybe they're ravaged by addiction. Maybe they've got dementia. Maybe they've had a brain injury and you feel like you've lost the person that you knew. And in some ways, we often do mourn the living. But as far as dealing with that loss, worry about it when you get there and trust in your ability to handle it. Because here's the thing, you're gonna feel overwhelmed by it. You're gonna feel like, what am I supposed to do? And you're supposed to feel that way. You're supposed to just allow those feelings to happen. Just allow it to overwhelm you. Allow yourself to weep. Allow yourself to just curl up in bed. Allow yourself to feel that sorrow and that sadness. But you don't have to do it now. And that's why you're like, what am I gonna do? You'll figure it out when you get there. I study biology, and we learn that our loved ones are, in a way, extensions of our nervous system. Through shared experiences, emotional bonds, and constant interactions, their presence becomes deeply embedded in our brain's wiring. Our nervous system adapts to their voices, their touch, their scent, literally creating neural pathways tied to their existence. Yup. When they die, those pathways remains, but the connection is severed. It's as if a part of us is physically missing because, in a very real sense, it is. You know what I find to help with that sensation? Pretend that they're with you right now. Pretend, like, imagine them, like, watching over you. Like, think about them, like, invite them in. Like, let them into your heart. Like, keep them here with you. You know, a lot of people believe in the power of, like, having ancestors watching over you, or, like, they feel like we don't go anywhere when we die and they're still with us. So that's what I try to do. I carry them with me right here. I keep them with me. Try to rebuild that severed connection, you know? Grief isn't just an emotional experience, it's a chemical one. Alright, now hear me out. Emotions are chemical experiences. They are one and the same. What is an emotion if not just a cocktail of different chemicals floating around in your brain? It's all chemical. Which kind of makes it sound very cold and very rigid, but it is what it is. The absence of a loved one disrupts the balance of hormones and our nervous system. For example, the dopamine their presence once triggered is no longer produced. This disruption can lead to feelings of emptiness, depression, and dysregulation. It's a physical toll dealing with their absence. Alright, think about this for a second. Running can raise your heart rate. Thinking about running can also raise your heart rate. You don't actually have to run to increase your heart rate. You can increase it just by imagining that you're running, just by thinking about running. you can still get that dopamine from that connection by just envisioning that connection. Maybe they're not here in this physical space with me, but they're somewhere and they're still connected to me. It's like Anne Hathaway said in Interstellar, you know, love is a law of the universe. It transcends time and space. If I could increase my metabolism by thinking about it, there are people that can do that, by the way. You can actually do that. Through the power of like training and meditation, you can slow your metabolism, you can increase your metabolism, you can raise your heart rate, you can lower your heart rate, you can lower or raise the temperature of your skin. Advanced meditators can do all sorts of fun party tricks. Grief is not just in our minds, it's in our bodies. How do people find the strength to go on? How do they piece themselves back together when someone they love so deeply is no longer there? What I like to do is remind myself that the person that I have lost would not want me to be sad forever. They would want to see me go on. They would want to see me lift myself back up. So what would they want for you? Would they want you to just wallow in despair for the rest of your life? Of course not. They would want to see you get back up. They would want to see you enjoying life. And so that's what I would say. Keep living for the dead. Because that's what they would want you to do. They wouldn't want you to stop living just because they're not here anymore. I won't get too into it. You know, we actually had a question box submitter who was talking about that, and it was a dude. It is something that you can learn how to do. You can learn how to do that. It takes a long time. It takes a lot of focus and concentration, but it's absolutely possible. Did you just fart? Because you blew me away. How long do you stream every day? On shorter days, I'll go about 4 hours. On longer days, I'll go like 6 hours or so. I'm probably going to go until like 5:30 today. I'm probably not going to do as long of a stream. We've got a fun presentation that we're going to get into soon. We just got a couple more questions in the box. Then I want to start making dinner and like do some laundry and stuff, so. I'd end up like around 5:30 today. Well, that's about normal. I normally go from about 1 to around 6. Sometimes I go until 7. Sometimes I have to drop out a little earlier if I got stuff going on. But normally I'm good for at least 4 hours. Between 4 to 6 is my run time. Am I jealous? The thing about jealousy is that we can all be a little bit jealous sometimes, even if we don't like to admit it, even if we don't like to acknowledge it, because it's often considered something that's negative or bad to be, but we can all do that sometimes, all right? Like you see somebody walking by with a plate of delicious looking nachos and you're like, oh dang, I wish those were my nachos. Like, you can't help it. But it is something that you can be aware of to mitigate and lessen it. So that's the importance. It's not about not being jealous ever, because sometimes it just happens. It's almost like a reflex. But by being mindful of it, That's how you control it. Can you be jealous if you don't have emotions? Yeah, I would say that desire and envy exist outside of emotions. Those are more of like arousal states. Best Twitch channel I found on the internet. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's so kind of you to say. Glad you found your way here too. Arousal. Yeah, it's a state of arousal. Now, when I say arousal, I don't just mean horned up or all bricked up. That's not what I mean when I mean arousal. I mean, like, what's your energy level? Like, are you snoozing or are you, like, up and about, hustling and bustling? I'm like, that's what I mean when I say, how aroused are you? See, that's why I had to become a Twitch streamer, is because you're not allowed to say bricked up in the therapist office, and that was just a deal breaker for me. I'm like, you telling me I can't say bricked up? I'm kidding, I never said it. And I probably would have. I wouldn't have let that stop me. It's just too fun to say. Am I jealous? Because every time someone posts something about getting engaged or being in a relationship, it makes me feel bad, even though I really want to be happy for them. I feel like this might be because I had no good relationships recently and have been single for a very long time. I also honestly feel very undesired. How do I manage that? I don't want my immediate response to be jealousy. To be honest, actually, I think I've been struggling with jealousy a lot lately. All right. Let's talk about how we can manage this behavior. I'm not going to go into every single thing that you could do, but I'm just going to talk about some things that might be helpful. So let's say that you're on social media and you're seeing these posts. Like the post. Leave a comment that says, "So happy for you," and then put a little heart or something, you know? Start off by literally telling people that you are happy for them. I know, it might not always feel 100% true, but just trust me on this one. Just do it. If you want to be happy for somebody, tell them that you are happy for them. That's how you become happier for them, is actually by bringing that into this world. You actually have to communicate it. And then it becomes true, because as far as they know, you're happy for them, and then, you said it, so, I do that. I'm telling you, it actually is helpful. It actually can work to help you actually to start being happy for people. Just try to do it in a genuine and sincere way. Don't just do it as like a snarky or sarcastic way, like, "Oh my god, I'm so happy for you." No, do it in a meaningful way. Learning how to be happy for other people takes practice, and this is just one way to practice it. Telling people that you want to be happy for, that you are happy for them. And then take a moment to just pay attention to how you feel. Take a moment to just pay attention to your emotions. What sort of feelings does it stir up within you? And what you'll notice is that, oh yeah, I actually do feel kind of happy for them. Maybe I'm not as happy for them as I would like to be. Maybe I'm not as happy for them as I'm trying to be, but it's a start. So what I would recommend is, if you want to practice becoming happier for other people, let them know that you're happy for them, and then reflect on how that makes you feel. I will say this as someone who noticed their jealousy at an early age. Just keep telling yourself and them that you are happy for them. Practice optimistic empathy. There you go. See, I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here, and as you can see, there are other people in chat who have also found this to be effective. So thank you for vouching for me. Also, whenever somebody has good news, you know, just practice getting into the hang of saying, "Oh, I'm happy for you. That's great." Because the thing about life is that if you like people, if you care about people, if you love them, then their happiness should make you happy. Because you care about this person and you want happy things to happen to them, right? You don't want them to just suffer and be miserable. No, you want them to have a happy life because you like that person, you care about that person. And so that should make you happy too. Also, letting go of that jealousy just feels so freeing. Oh my goodness, it feels so liberating just to be like, just to let that go. Because it really does just eat away at you. Fake it till you make it, baby. Fake it till you make it, baby. I remember hearing in a song, "I'm happy that you're happier than me," and on Genius, someone commented it was sarcastic, but I felt it wasn't sarcastic, because it doesn't have to be sarcastic. Like, you can recognize that you're not especially happy, but you see other people that are happy, and you're like, you know what? I'm happy that they're able to be happy. I'm happy that happiness exists in the world. That's the way I view it. Like, I don't, like, just because I'm suffering and miserable doesn't mean I want everyone else to suffer and be miserable. I don't want to be the happiest person on the world. I would not want to be the happiest person on the world if it meant that every single person had to be more miserable than I was. I would not want that to be the case. I'm completely fine with not being the happiest person on the planet. But you know what? I'm happy for them. I'm happy that they're able to be that happy. Gives me something to work towards. I've noticed that there are people who I'm always happy for, whether they get something I also want, but it's only a select few. That's a good place to start. That's a good place to start, because the thing about being happy for other people is that it's easier to do that for people that you care about. That's just factually true. You know, if your best friend wins a car, you're like, oh my god, you won a car, that's so fucking cool. But if the neighbor across the street that you don't know their name, they win a new car, you're just like, oh, okay, cool. Congratulations. I've been feeling really disappointed in myself lately. There's so much I need to do, but I just can't seem to follow through. It's like I'm stuck in my own thoughts, and it's affecting everything. My health, my studies, and even my relationship with my mom. We've been arguing a lot, and I know it's mostly because of me. I get angry easy and say things without thinking. I've shared before about not having friends, but I'll share it again because I keep it at the bottom. Sorry, I can't read today. I forgot how to read. My dyslexia is going wild. I've shared before about not having friends, but I'll share it again. We'll keep it at the bottom so you don't have to read it if you don't have time. No, I've got time. Don't worry about it. Since childhood, I've mostly stayed home because of trauma, and I spent so much time playing games instead of going out or trying to make friends. I don't have any friends now, or don't know how to make them. Can't able to find people my age. Now I'm 21 and I regret all that lost time. It's really hard not having anyone to talk to or share things with. I want to change, but I honestly don't know where to start. You know where's a great place to start? Right here. This is a great place to start. This is you getting started. I mean, you're beyond your start. You're actually in the process of making these changes, because asking for help is an important part of that process of making the changes that you're trying to make. So, you're on a good path. Also, welcome in, friend. My only condition for people to be my friend is if they want to be friends with me. That's the only, if you want to be friends with me, I'm friends with you. Good. We can be friends now. Like, a lot of, the expectation or the bar for a friend does not have to be that high. We can lower that bar if we want to. I just want to say something. Don't spend any more time than you need to regretting the past. Because the amount of time that you spend regretting the past is just going to be time that you are going to regret in the future. You're going to have that regret, and then you're going to regret regretting it for so long, and that's just going to lead you into more regret, and then that regret's just going to compound, and it's just regret. That's why focusing on the here and now is really important. Where do we want to go from here? We want to be more social. We want to make friends. Let's do it. Let's do it. What kind of people do you want to be friends with? One of my biggest tips for you is to be the type of person that you would want to be a friend with. Be the type of person that you would want to have as a friend. So what does that look like to you? What does your ideal friend look like? And then try to become that person. And then guess what? People are just going to be lining up to be your friend. You're going to be a high value friend. You're going to be a hot commodity. You're not going to know what to do with all these friends. Also, 21, that's a perfect age to be doing this. Perfect age. Perfect age. You got plenty of time. You're right on schedule. I've been overthinking a lot, especially about money and what I have. I'm even afraid to use or enjoy what I've worked for. For example, I don't wear new clothes or good clothes when I have them. I've kept a smartwatch in my wardrobe for over a year because I feel like I should save it or I'm scared to use it. That watch wants to be used, brother. That watch wants you to wear it. That watch is sitting in that box like, I wish somebody would wear me. Bust that watch out. You earned it. You deserved it. This is going to be a really meaningful gesture that you start to take. You got to remind yourself that you are deserving of that stuff that you got for yourself. Who are you saving it for? Maybe you're saving it for right now. Maybe now's the time. Maybe this is what you've been saving it for, this moment right here. Even wearing nicer clothes makes me anxious. I feel like I'm becoming too possessive of things and overly cautious about life. Your awareness is actually really important. I'm actually really proud of you for this level of awareness that you have, because this is what's going to get you through it. Your awareness is everything. I would say what might be happening here is, since you don't feel especially connected to many other people, you are connecting to stuff instead. And so what we want to do is we want to start making those connections with people instead of stuff. Because humans crave connection. We want to be connected to things. We want to be connected to people. And sometimes when we don't have people in our life that we can feel connected to, we find stuff to connect to. So what I would say is wear that watch, wear those clothes. You earned it. Give yourself that self-esteem boost. If you get dirt on the clothes, you can wash them. If it tears, you can fix it. Those clothes were meant to be worn. They weren't meant to hang up, you know? They were meant to be enjoyed. I've tried setting goals like studying for my exams, which are in 2 months, and going to the gym, but I keep avoiding them or getting distracted. I end up wasting time, and when I study at home, it's even harder to focus. I can't pay attention to lectures or even listen to people speaking without getting distracted. When I'm watching lectures, I'll unknowingly open Twitch or X instead, or check notifications on my phone. Scary to know that I have 2 hours of screen time on mobile. It's so frustrating, and I feel completely stuck. I think that part of why it's becoming harder for you to pay attention and to focus on things is because you're feeling stressed. The stress of the situation of like feeling lonely or feeling like disconnected is starting to manifest in other areas of your life. I feel like having people to engage with, having people to talk to, will really help to give you that boost that you need to make it easier to pay attention and to focus on the things that you need to do. I feel like a lot of it really is just that stress crossing over into other areas of your life. One of the things that people might not fully understand is just how much stress and anxiety can manifest in so many different ways. The reason why you might not be able to sit down and focus or pay attention is more often than not tied to something lingering in the back of your mind or, manifesting in your life. These things that are just like causing you, psychic damage over time. You're taking tick damage, you're taking psychic damage. Raid incoming. Oh, all right, let's get ready. All right, everybody, get in places. The raid's coming in. We got a raid coming in. Thank you, Scouts and Outriders, for giving me a heads up. Yes. I just want all of the raiders to see this cat. There you go. There you go. Hey, Central Committee raiders, what do you think of this cat? Sweet little kitty. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Oh my god, all these follows. Oh my god, it's chaos. Cosmos84, thank you for resubscribing. Central Committee, Mr. Mike, thank you for the raid, sir. Always a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for all these new follows. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. What can I say? You're making a great choice. Ridiculous. Thank you for the 420 bits. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Kitty kisses. Oh, yes. Oh, we're on a hype train. Oh, we're on a hype train. We're on a hype train. Welcome in, everybody. Oh my god, this kitty. Hey, Somewhere Place, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I know, Miss Poopy. It's a big raid. Cognitive ball torture. That's the greatest username I've ever heard in my entire life. Christina Amazon, thank you for the 100 bits. David, thank you for the 100 bits. Tanu Tuva, thank you for subscribing. Just look at her. Just look at her. Yes. I know. Can you believe her? Just look at this. Look at all that floof. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. K8-bit, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, Raiders. Raiders, we've got a fun presentation for you today. We're doing daddy issues. It's Daddy Issues Day. We've been waiting for this one for a while. And before anyone says anything, we're doing Mommy Issues on another episode. Mommy Issues gets its own episode, okay? So don't even try to come at me. Don't even try to come at me. We're doing daddy issues today. We're going to talk about all of the types of issues that people can develop from the paternal figure of influence in their life, whether that be a father, an uncle, a caregiver, whomever it may be. Both issues are overrated. I disagree. I disagree. Who in this life has the most potential to fuck you up more so than anybody else? I would have to probably give it up to your parents. They see you every day. There's just many different opportunities for them to fuck you up. Who has more opportunity to fuck you up than your parents do? It's just statistics. It's just statistics. Maybe the state. You know, what are our issues with the state, if not just extended daddy issues? You know, what is our relationship with our creator, if not just extended issues that we have with our own parents? I feel like a lot of people's conception of a creator or of their religion is also tied into, you know, is God an angry dad or is God a compassionate figure? You know, is God a loving mother? Is God compassionate and patient and kind, or is God angry because you're naughty? This is why a lot of people they view God as an angry grandpa. Like, God is an angry grandpa, and he's here to smite you. Very high thought there. I'm as sober as the day I was born right now. This is just me at a baseline. Should see me when I'm actually high. Are grandpas sadists? Not always. Sometimes they carry candy around in their pockets and they like to be practical jokesters, and they're actually very childish and whimsical and fun. Oh wow, look at all these follows. Oh wow. Oh, we're at 5,700 followers. We're getting close to 6K. That's so sick. That's so sick. We have a couple more questions in the box. I want to take these real quick before we jump into the presentation, so let's do it. When's the presentation? Very soon. I've got 2 questions in the box that I want to get through real quick, and then we will do the presentation. So, just a minute. Hi, this is more of a suggestion than a question. I hope that's okay. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. I'm currently going through therapy at a gender clinic. I want to try HRT for a couple of months. I've been obsessively reading about gender and being trans, and there's a lot of info to digest. I would love to sit through a presentation specifically about gender dysphoria and its different root causes, because right now I'm all over the place. Thanks! You know? I'd love to do that. That sounds like a great presentation. We actually have people in the community that have degrees in gender studies, people who have, you know, spent a lot of time in an academic sense researching these types of things, because it is stuff that we talked about in like a general psychology program, but it really is just something that's very, you know, deep and nuanced. So I'm gonna have to reach out to some of my there she is. There's Sabi. Sabi's my resident gender expert. Want me to make a note in the Discord? That would be great. I wish I could afford to pay you. Am I getting paid? I wish I could afford to pay you too. How about this? If I have any questions or if I say anything wrong, feel free to correct me. How about that? I'll write the presentation on my own. And then if I'm wrong, you can call me out. Oh my god, Beaver's here. Beaver, I don't have room for 2 cats on my desk, buddy. I don't have room for 2 cats on my desk. Oh, hey, buddy. Look at this. You like orange cats? They're both trying. They're both... Oh my... Okay, let me clear up some space. Let me make room. Hold on. Hold on. I'm making room. Okay. Okay. I'll make room. You can both fit. You can squeeze. You have an orange cat and a tabby just like ours? Oh, yeah. They're actually brother and sister. They love each other. They're obsessed. What breed is that cat? Orange. They look nothing alike. They kind of look similar in the face. If I show you a picture of them like side by side, they look pretty similar in the face. But yeah, they were from the same litter. They're brother and sister. Orange cats are really just a breed of their own. Like very, very head empty, very food focused. Like Beaver, he's a very sweet boy. He's very cuddly, very affectionate, very hungry. That's him. I'm crazy about him. I'm obsessed. I think that's a great idea for a presentation. Thank you. Yeah, we made a note. We made a note. Cat sounds like a Geiger counter when they purr. You love a good motor. You love it when a cat has a good motor. Alright, let's take a look at this question. My brother's son is 6 years old and he has a bit of an issue where he likes to lie a lot. Like bad lies that needed CPS to get involved. Oh, yeah, that's a problem. Oh, it's normal for kids that age to really like test their boundaries and try to like just see what the type of stuff they can get away with. And this is around the time period where they start to learn like, can I just lie? Can I just make things up? Will people believe me? You know, like that's just a part of like growing a little consciousness up in that brain. Like, kids don't develop a proper sense of, like, empathy until around, like, 8. Kids can be very, like, self-focused, very ego-driven for, like, this first several years of their development. And it's not like a hard number or anything. Like, it's a range, obviously. Like, some kids develop empathy earlier on, but, you know, generally speaking, you would like to see a child begin to show empathy for other living creatures by the time they're like 10, 11. That is a wild situation. Not the kid, like, and this is the type of stuff that kids will do. Like, the kid will be throwing a temper tantrum at the store and you're carrying them out of the store and they're like, help, help, I'm being kidnapped. Help, this isn't my mom, help. You know what I mean? Like, kids are psychotic. Kids are... So hopefully this is a behavior that he's going to grow out of, because he's still pretty young, and you can kind of be like, okay, well, he's young, he just doesn't know any better, he just doesn't understand. But hopefully this is something that we're able to, like, nip in the bud. And then after all that, he is still lying, saying his mom hits him. This is just not true. I know it sounds bad. Sometimes he lies because he thinks it will get him out of trouble. Sometimes he lies because he thinks it's funny. How could I help my brother's family? I try pushing back on stuff he says sometimes, saying things like, that's not nice, in a stern voice when he says ugly stuff, but I don't think he cares to be honest. I know it sometimes takes a village to raise a child, so I hope to be able to help my brother out as much as I can to help with his little ones when I can. Do you have any advice? I have a little bit of advice. I have a small suggestion. A lot of what we use to pass along life lessons in human culture is through storytelling. Oftentimes, stories resonate more with people than just facts. Just telling people that you should do this or you shouldn't do this, it can sometimes miss the mark if there's not context. And so sometimes what helps to really pass along a message is a story. And there's a very common story that's told to children that teaches them the importance of being honest and being truthful, because what happens when you just continue to lie. Do you know the story I'm talking about? The Boy Who Cried Wolf. The Boy Who Cried Wolf. I feel like one opportunity to possibly teach this child that lesson is through storytelling. Storytelling really does have a component to it that allows a lesson to be learned rather than just telling people what to do or what not to do. Sometimes it's the context that really allows that to sink in. So what I would do is tell him stories like that. Tell him stories that encourage truth-telling. Tell him stories that encourage honesty. Instill it as a virtue. Instill it as something that is to be desired and sought out. And that could be helpful. He's at a good age for it. He's at a good age for telling him stories. So that's my advice. When it comes to helping kids, sometimes you have to treat them like a kid, you know? And sometimes the way that we teach a child a lesson is by telling them a story. You know, when we treat kids like little adults and tell them like, hey, you can't do that, that's wrong. It's like, okay, but why? Why is that wrong? I don't think it's wrong. I don't know why it's wrong. You're telling me it's wrong, but I don't believe you. And so sometimes just setting the scope, telling them a story, be like, let me tell you a story about the boy who cried wolf. Yeah, he kept saying there's a wolf, there's a wolf, there's a wolf. And people would come and they'd be like, hey, where's the wolf? And then eventually they're like, all right, well, we don't believe you anymore. And then guess what? He got ate by a wolf. So that's my advice, and that might seem childish, and that's because it is. It's a child that you're working with, and you have to use child logic sometimes in passing along lessons. There's just something powerful about a story that can really resonate with a kid in being able to instill a lesson, and that's why we've done it for thousands of years. We use storytelling as a way to pass down lessons, instill virtues, encourage certain behaviors, or discourage other behaviors. So that's my advice, is to give that a try. But also, Mommy, that lady told me a scary story about a boy getting eaten by a wolf. Yeah, and that's why you shouldn't lie. So yeah, I would say, it's a kid. So give them the benefit of the doubt, give them an opportunity to learn and grow, and try to teach them in a way that a child can understand. But if it continues to be a problem, then maybe we need to look into some other interventions, maybe school interventions, just different types of behavioral interventions that can be made. That would be what I would do going forward. Keep an eye on it and try to nip it in the bud. Would you say lessons are better learned through stories also because of the imaginative/positive connotation associated with storytelling rather than like a scolding? I would say that a big part of it is the child is able to put themselves in the position of the character of the story. We're able to do that relatively early on. We're able to like put ourselves in that position. Even though we might not have like fully developed empathy at this point in time, we're still able to like see ourselves in a story. We're able to like superimpose our identity into that story. And so I think that's part of why it really does resonate. Rather than just telling them like, hey, what you did was wrong, you hurt this person's feelings. They're like, I don't care. Like, I don't understand that. Like, that doesn't process with me. But if you tell them a story and you're like, hey, this kid one time did this thing and this ended up happening, they're going to be like, oh my God, that could be me. Is it normal to be terrified of children? Yes. Children are terrified. I wonder if Twitch is still the right platform for me. I know that 90% of Twitch are heterosexual men without a real life, including me, and a lot of them are right-wing, not me, and that a lot of streamers are reflecting it, and many others don't care. But I'm really pissed at many pseudo-feminist / left-wing, etc. streamers who preach one thing while doing something else. Like Carolyn, who pretends to be a feminist, not even once called out her boyfriend's org OTK for still supporting Asmongold and barely distancing himself from Tectone. How should I take these hypocrites serious? By calling them out on their hypocritical behavior. Like, if we want to make Twitch a better place, we do that together. We don't have to let Twitch just become we don't have to let it just be a cesspool of, like, misogyny. We can create something better. And the way that we do that is by holding the content creators to a high standard, and when they do something, we call them out on it. But yeah, like, I've had feelings about this as well. Like, I've met a lot of the people in OTK, and a lot of them I believe are, like, pretty kind and well-meaning people, but sometimes it's just hard to uphold morals when your bills are being affected. I wish Tectoad would just disappear. I mean, what does he contribute to society? Like, what value does he bring as a content creator except for giving a platform for some of the most despicable people you can imagine? Yeah, I'll be honest. Whenever Will Neff joined OTK, I was like, really? Really? After all the allegations? Really? Hmm. Okay. All right. Okay. And it's okay to be disappointed. If you feel disappointed, it's okay, because I feel like you gotta communicate that. You gotta let people know, because there are other people that feel that way too. I feel like just the whole notion of like, keep quiet about something because it's gonna affect your ability to make money. Just like, we need to be better than that. We need to be better than that. I would have so much more respect for OTK as an organization if they actually took a meaningful gesture to like address these types of things, but they just kind of don't. They're just like, hey, here's our new podcast. Be sure you, hey, we're making everybody play volleyball now. Oh, hey, now we're gonna play another group sport. Hey, watch somebody get injured because none of these people play sports. Do they have good insurance? Because I swear, somebody gets physically injured at every one of their sporting events. Now, I'm not here trying to talk a bunch of shit. I'm gonna get off this topic. Okay, just something to consider is that sometimes a hypocrite is just a person that is in the process of changing. Take that as you will. Could be good, could be bad. You know? Right, gang. It's daddy issues time. Lives becoming fascist is the bad arc then. Yeah, fuck fascism. Fuck fascism. Fuck imperialism. Fuck colonialism. Fuck capitalism. I've been trashed in communities for not being perfectly pure politically when my views are a work in progress. Exactly. It's like, okay, if you're the type of person to just like bash somebody for their views for not being perfect instead of helping to educate them so that they actually can have good views, then you're just a bully. You're just trying to feel better about yourself by having a moral high ground. If you actually want to be a progressive, you have to talk to people about progressive ideas and help to open them up to adopting those ideas. Just shaming people for not already having your ideas it actually hurts your movement. It actually is bad for your movement to just exclude people for not already knowing what you want them to know. Like, well, I want you to believe everything that I believe, but I don't want to have to actually convince you or teach you about it. I just want you to already agree with me 100%. That's actually just kind of narcissistic. All right, everybody. It's daddy issues. It's not my job to educate you, right? It's like, even if you don't want to be the type of person to educate somebody, then why are you talking to them? Like, if you're not talking to somebody that disagrees with you in order to try to educate them, why are you talking to them? Are you just trying to fight them? Are you just trying to get your adrenaline up? Or are you trying to be productive? Or are you just coping with your anger? What was the question? I don't even remember anymore. It's Daddy Issues Day. Does anybody here not know what Daddy Issues is referring to? Is this new to anybody? It might be new to you. It might be some first time you ever heard of it. Like, huh, Daddy Issues. Interesting. Never heard that one before. How do you differentiate between someone who is capable of changing their views versus someone who is there to win a debate? I don't want to win. Like, if you're just okay, hold on. Let me start over. Let me unscramble my brain. There is a certain type of person who achieves a sense of validity and a sense of achievement and satisfaction by winning. That is how they feel successful in life, is by winning. And so a lot of these people will get into debates, not because they actually want to debate, but because they want to win. And a lot of these people are what we would call bad faith actors. They're not actually in it for a discussion. They're not actually in it to help humanity. They're just in it to feel good about themselves. I've never heard of it, but as a sexist insult to women with daddy kinks, never actually the real concept from an educational angle. And that's what we're going to be doing today, because you're right, the term daddy issues is very often just a term that is thrown at women in a very misogynistic way as an insult. But you got to remember that if you're the type of man who accuses a woman of having daddy issues, then guess what, brother? You got daddy issues. Because men who don't have daddy issues don't go around telling women they have daddy issues, you fucking idiot. Men who tell women that they have daddy issues have daddy issues. You can quote me on that. You can take that one to the bank. Well-adjusted, well-raised men do not do that to women. They show women respect and courtesy. Maybe if they understood the irony, they would actually be able to change their minds. It's like men that call other men betas are incredibly insecure. Oh yeah, absolutely. The men who are obsessed with the hierarchy of masculinity. It's kind of sad. Absolutely. But yeah, we're talking about daddy issues, and we're not just going to talk about daddy issues in women. We're going to talk about daddy issues in men. We're going to talk about daddy issues in non-binary or in LGBTQ people as well, because We are expanding the scope. We are talking about the potential issues that can arise from your paternal figure of influence, whether that be your dad, your grandpa, your uncle, a caregiver, a foster parent, whoever. A man that you looked up to when you were young. So, today we're going to be talking about what daddy issues are and why they matter. The father-child relationship shapes your emotional, social, and psychological development. Just like your mother-child relationship shapes it as well. But that's a topic for another day. We're going to do mommy issues too. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to do mommy issues too. But that's a different presentation. This is daddy issues. Our goals today, we're going to define daddy issues and explore the causes. We're going to work to understand how they manifest across different genders and identities. We're going to discuss steps towards healing and growth. Are we excited? Are we ready? I feel like this is going to unearth some buried trauma for me. As long as it gives you the potential to heal or to maybe view that trauma in a new way. Let's try to look at this as a productive exercise. We are going to talk about how to heal. That is important. So what if there is a lesbian couple? Does one woman act as the paternal figure? Does that count? I think it depends on the family. In some families, there is going to be more of the parent that, and this could also exist in heterosexual couples. In some heterosexual couples, maybe, the dad stays at home and does all of the cleaning and all the cooking, and the mother is the one that goes out and works 60 hours a week. A lot of it just has to do with traditional ideas of what does it mean to have a paternal influence or a maternal influence? What does that mean? And what does it mean to have conflict with that type of person? Sometimes it's an uncle, sometimes it's a grandpa, sometimes it's an older brother, it's just that person who is your first example of this is an adult man, and this is what my relationship with adult men is like. This is what I can expect when I encounter an adult man. You know what I mean? Let us continue. Yeah, a paternal influence doesn't have to be a parent. It's just somebody that you view as it could be a grandfather, an uncle, a teacher, a coach. What does it mean to have daddy issues? Also, I love the image that generated for this one. It's just got a kid pointing a gun at his dad. I thought that was so funny. Not that pointing guns at people is funny. That's terrible. Don't point guns at people. But the picture is funny. What does the term mean? What does the term mean? It refers to emotional or psychological challenges that are rooted in a father-child relationship. It doesn't have to be inherently negative. It can also be an opportunity for growth and self-awareness. Understanding the ways in which, because the relationship that you have with a father figure growing up, it kind of sets the tone and the tempo for your relationship with other adult men throughout your life. It kind of, you know what I mean? It can, but understanding the issues that you may have had with this figure, it can give you opportunities for growth and self-awareness later in life. Common manifestations of daddy issues includes fear of abandonment or rejection, a need for validation, and issues with authority or trust. Let's continue. Also, notice I said nothing here about sexual promiscuity or anything like that because I don't think that those are valid takes. I don't think that that really is something that we even need to discuss. I think that's just sexist. Anyway. I feel this with my mom, but that's another episode. And the thing about it is a lot of these manifestations of issues with your paternal influence are similar to issues that you're going to have with a maternal influence, but sometimes there's just a little bit different. And a lot of it has to do with societal and cultural expectations. It's like, what does it mean to be a mother? What does it mean to be a father? It's like, typically one person is more compassionate and caring, and one person is more of the authoritarian or more of the one who enacts discipline. Oh, hi, kitty. Let's talk about attachment and parent styles. We develop attachment issues, or we can develop attachment issues very early on in life, depending on how attached we are to our parents. If we have a secure attachment to our parents, meaning that we aren't afraid of them, we aren't made to be fearful of them, we aren't worried that they're going to hurt us, then we can have secure attachment with our parents. We feel comfortable spending time with them. We want to be around them. We want to be near them. Versus other types of attachment styles, which we would say would be insecure. Insecure attachment styles, this includes anxious or avoidant attachment styles. This also includes like ambivalent attachment styles. Sometimes your relationship with your parents is confusing and you're not sure what to expect. Is it going to be hot? Is it going to be cold? Is it going to be carrot? Is it going to be stick? Why do you have to split compassion and authoritarian teaching? Oh, I'm not the one doing it. I'm not the one doing it. I just said that society has done it. I'm not the one doing it. I'm commenting on society. I don't believe that you should split compassion and discipline. I think the two should be entangled. I'm just saying that this is the societal, cultural norm that's existed for a long time. That's all I'm saying. Not saying it's what I believe, which is what I've observed. Just think about it. When you were a kid, you probably had a parent that if you were in trouble, you would rather them be the one to find out. Which parent was the one that you would want to find out if you did something that was going to get you in trouble? For me, it was my mom. I would much rather my mom hear about it than my dad. Another thing to take into consideration with how issues with a paternal influence can affect a person is to consider their parenting styles. Did your parents have an authoritarian parent style? Did they create a sense of fear within you? Were you made to be fearful of your parents? Were you emotionally suppressed? This can be the result of an authoritarian parenting style. Your children will fear you and they will feel uncomfortable talking about their emotions around you because that is what this leads to. Many people deal with absent parents, and this might be literally absent. They might not even be around. They might have left. They might have abandoned you. Or they might just be so busy with work, or they might just seem very uncaring and distant. Maybe they don't even work, they just don't really seem like they want to be around you. This can often lead to trust or abandonment issues. Also, something to consider is that overly indulgent parents can develop dependency and entitlement within their children. What happens with kids raised as orphans? It depends on how old they are whenever they're adopted. Tell me how old of a hypothetical child we're talking about, and I'll give you a different answer. Makes a lot of difference if they're 2 or if they're 10. If they're 10 or if they're 12. If they're 12 or if they're 17. Makes a lot of difference. My parents ran the A and A. A and A. Astronomy and astrophysics. Authoritarian and absent. Ah, yes. Yes. But yeah, somebody asked, Protasium asked, can styles overlap? Oh, absolutely. You can have parents who are mostly absent, but then whenever they do show up, it's like, all right, your room better be clean. You know what I mean? Wait, that's not funny. You know, humor is a great sign that we have healed. You know, it might not be funny now, but maybe we'll be able to laugh at it in the future and be like, damn, I really dealt with some shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's often an overlap in parenting styles. Often. And sometimes you will see parents who are just not around very often, but then when they do show up, it's like, all right, you better have your homework done. I still don't indulge. You're a big boy. We sign our own permission slips now. My biggest loser trait is that I won't indulge myself unless I get another person to go along with it. Yep, you're human too, Mike. We engage in social learning behaviors and things become socially acceptable when we see other people doing it too. We're running on monkey hardware. No, I think that your biggest loser trait is that you don't realize how much of a cutie patootie you are. I think that's your biggest loser trait. You don't give yourself enough credit for being a good person. That's your biggest loser trait. Anyway, let's talk about gender and identity dynamics. Because your issues with your parents can vary depending on your gender or your identity. So, starting off in men, for example, a negative relationship with your parents, your father figure, your paternal influence, whatever you want to call it, it can develop a pressure to conform to toxic masculinity. You know, if your dad is a toxic male, what are you learning about what it means to be a man? Well, you look at him and you say, all right, this is what a man is supposed to be, and so you end up emulating those behaviors. You learned it from him. I learned it from you, Dad. It can also result in a difficulty expressing your emotions or vulnerability. This also kind of ties into some of those toxic masculine traits. I think one of the cruelest things that we do to young boys outside of like circumcising them, because I think that's kind of wild. Um, One of the things that we do that's just really awful to young boys is a lot of people teach them that it's not okay to have emotions. When a lot of research has shown that young boys are actually more emotional than young girls. Being able to express your emotions is a strength, it's not a weakness. Being able to talk about your vulnerabilities is a strength, it is not a weakness. It's how you get stronger. Men who have daddy issues may often struggle with authority or with seeking paternal approval. This one's me. This one's me. Not so much the other ones. I'm clearly very good about expressing my emotions and being vulnerable. I do it for a living. Also, I don't think of myself as overly toxic, but the one that I definitely resonate with is like, damn it, why do I feel like I need the approval of men? Like, damn it, why do I need men to think I'm cool? Also, I hate authority. I don't like people to tell me what to do. Those are my daddy issues. What are your daddy issues? All right, let's talk about how they manifest in women. Let's talk about how daddy issues manifest in women. Oh, and somebody said something in the chat. Hey, sorry to interrupt. I had some internet issues. I just watched the VOD. Because your answer to my question was, okay, thank you for the words. I had a feeling I was the only one after getting banned in many chats for bringing up the question. I don't want to disrupt the presentation anymore. Sorry. They're banning people in chats for bringing... They're banning people in chats for bringing up... Okay, now I'm like... Not a good look. Not a good look for the org. Would that also lead to codependency issues later on in life? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. In women, some of the ways that paternal issues can manifest are trust and validation issues in relationships. And this is a heteronormative take. Don't worry, I am going to talk about... I'm going to move outside of like a heteronormative scope here in a moment, but just bear with me. Please, be patient. I'm trying my best to be a good ally. Anyway. One of the ways that women can manifest their issues with their father is by having trust and validation issues in their relationships. You have to consider, how was their mother treated by their father? How did they learn that they should be treated by a man? These are all things that we learn by watching our parents. And so it makes sense that we're going to develop issues with being able to trust or to feel valid, and it can impact us. Another thing that you'll often see with these types of issues is a fear of abandonment or seeking father-like partners. If your father wasn't around, you didn't really have that strong paternal influence, I feel like there is still that part of you that seeks that out, and so you might seek it out in other places. And I'm not trying to say that there's anything wrong with it. I'm not saying that I'm not judging here. I'm just saying that this is just kind of what can happen. This also can happen in, men as well. This isn't just a woman thing. It can also create issues for women in their ability to navigate independence and determine their self-worth. Like, if they had a father and they were just terrible to their mother, you know, or they were made to feel like you can't survive without me, like you have to, you know, you need a man to take care of you, you need a man to be your provider, like you just have to stay at home and take care of the house and raise the children. You know, these types of things that we witness and observe, these can influence us as we grow older. I've known people who have just like had fathers who treated their mothers terribly. And then as a result, they have issues with their self-worth because they feel like this is what I am supposed to be treated like as a woman, because that's just what they learned. That's just what they observed. And you hate to see it. So dad's forcing trad life. Yeah, basically. Let's talk about some ways that these issues can manifest for non-binary or LGBTQIA+ individuals. This can cause issues with reconciling your paternal expectations with your personal identity. So what do we mean by that? Maybe your father has expectations of you based on what they perceive you to be and not what you identify as. And so this can cause issues with trying to reconcile that. You know, if your paternal influence is expecting a certain result from you being alive and it's not in line with what their expectations are, it can cause an identity issue. It can make you feel confused and stressed. It can feel like, am I right to do this? People are telling me I'm wrong to feel the way that I feel, and it can cause a lot of conflict. It can also create a lot of unique struggles with visibility, validation, and acceptance. So, these are just some of the ways that issues with the paternal figure in your life can manifest based on what your identity is. Any questions? I tried to get a healthy snack today. I got an apple and a banana. Like, that sounds healthy. Does actually sound kind of healthy, though. I'm gonna drink a Diet Coke with it. Miss Poopy, I can't read chat through you. Miss Poopy, I need you to sit down. I can't see the screen. Oh, you want me to pet you? Okay. Well, this is what she does. She'll nap at my desk for the entirety of my stream. She will lay there for a good 5 hours straight. And then every once in a while, she gets up and she says, okay, now it's time to pet me. And she'll just stare at me until I pet her. And then if I pull away too quick, she'll try to grab my hand and pull it back in and say, I wasn't done. And then once she's done, she'll lay back down and she'll go right back to sleep. Hi, baby. Are you having a good nap? I'm not being too loud, am I? She says she doesn't have daddy issues with me. She says I'm a good dad. Thank you. Oh, that's so sweet of you to say. Why Poopy, though? Well, the reason why we like to call her Miss Poopy is because, whenever she was a baby, she wasn't very good at cleaning her butt, and she had long hair, and she used to walk around and get a poopy butt, and we used to have to wipe her butt for her. So the nickname stuck. We just started calling her Miss Poopy. Alrighty. carry on, shall we? Let's talk about some of the challenges that can emerge when you don't have a father figure. Let's say your father figure is entirely absent. He's just not in the picture. Maybe he left when you were a baby, maybe he left before you remember, maybe he died when you were young. Some things that can end up happening because of this can be maybe we have a hard time picking good role models. You know, maybe if we don't have a good role model, a good paternal influence, we might find ourselves, you know, being drawn to unhealthy role models. You know, you see this a lot, especially with, you know, like young boys getting, you know, like recruited into like gangs and that type of stuff. Oh, Miss Poopy, I cannot see chat through you. I can't see anything. Your tail is just so floofy. Question. I had a lot of guys accuse me of having these issues in a relationship, but I have a fantastic relationship with my father. It's because of mommy issues. No, it's because they're being misogynistic. Whenever people go around and tell other people you have daddy issues, it's kind of just used as an insult. It's not used as a way to try to, like, help anybody. I feel like a lot of us do have issues with our father figures, and if we do, we should own it so that we can work on it. But if we just use it as like a way to make people feel bad about themselves, that's not very groovy. That's not very chill. It's actually kind of a dick move. What if they tell you that you cheat because you are bipolar? Well, they don't take people. Okay. People like to just throw around diagnoses as if they know what they're talking about. So just don't take people seriously when they like to throw around mental health diagnoses if they don't actually have a degree. Where do I find this particular background music? This is DMCA free lo-fi and chill beats. It's a public playlist on Spotify, which is coincidentally why my Spotify Wrapped is always ruined, because it's just like, oh, you really like lo-fi, don't you? I'm like, yeah, I play it during streams, but it's nice. It's nice background music. Not having a good father figure can also lead you to emulate harmful behaviors. You know, you gotta think, you're a kid, you're young, you're impressionable, and you meet somebody who's older and they're like, oh, they're so cool, I want to be like them, but they're, you know, doing drugs and spraying graffiti and smoking cigarettes out behind the school. It can also result in a lack of guidance, you know? You can struggle with making decisions and having direction. You might feel unprepared for adulthood. It can also lead you to have to do more self-parenting. You might have to take on more responsibilities prematurely. If you're being raised by a single parent, that puts a lot of stress on that parent to do a lot of the work that is necessary to raise a child, and oftentimes in single-parent households, you find children who have to become grown-up very quickly. You know, they have to make more meals for themselves. They have to, you know, clean up after themselves more. They have to, you know, they might not have somebody to help them with their homework. You may also find yourself put into a position where you have to learn independence through trial and error. You know, if you don't have somebody to help teach you. Now, a lot of these issues aren't just unique to a father figure. These are a lot of issues that you can also see if a person is raised by just a single dad or just a single parent. Residual emotional effects include loneliness, self-doubt, or anger. Makes sense? Let's continue. Let's talk about the behavioral cycles and the root causes. What you gotta remember is that your father's behaviors are shaped by his upbringing. How many people here, show of hands, how many people here have heard this one or something similar from a parent? You should be glad that my parents aren't your parents. My dad used to show me scars. He had this scar on his arm and he would show it to me and he would say, This is when your grandma burnt me with a hot iron. On purpose, yeah. Or like, oh yeah, she used to beat me with a metal length of vacuum tube. That kind of stuff. How many people here have heard stories from their parents about how terrible their parents were? Maybe they'll say something like, Grandma and Grandpa weren't Grandma and Grandpa when I was little. They weren't always like this. You know, because they're Grandma and Grandpa. Oh, they're fun. They give me candy. They let me eat junk food. They let me watch TV. They take me to the mall. Generational trauma is something really important to consider. Now, it doesn't excuse behaviors. I want to make that clear. It does not excuse their behaviors, but it can offer explanation for their behaviors. And an excuse and an explanation are not the same thing. Some things to include: generational trauma. You gotta consider the way that your parents were raised, the conditions of their upbringing. You know, there used to be a lot more physical, corporal punishment in households. Children used to be beat by their parents. They would starve their children. They would make their children stay out. They would lock their children out of the house. They would do all sorts of wild stuff. And that trickles down. Trickle-down economics isn't real, but trickle-down trauma is real. And so the word we use for that is generational trauma. The way that your parents treated you is affected by the way that their parents treated them, and how their parents treated them, and their parents treated them, all the way back to the beginning. My parents still think they were great parents because they were less abusive than theirs. That's how a lot of people cope with it. They say, well, I was better than my parents, so I did my best. And that's where they leave it. That's actually something that happens all the time. Like, I know I wasn't perfect, but I was better than my parents, so that's a win. And from a detached standpoint, it is a win, but it's not really enough of a win. It's a net gain, but it's not good by any means. But it's a net gain. It's a net positive. But the thing about trauma and pain is that it's subjective, you know? A lot of pain and trauma is subjective, and so even if your parents feel like they were objectively better than their grandparents, you still might be just as traumatized. also because they only abused one child, so their logic is that I caused my own abuse by being naughty. That's the most fucked up thing I've ever heard. I mean, not of all time, but today. The most fucked up thing I've heard today. Just let me run that back to you. What they are saying is that if a child is naughty, it's okay to abuse them. That is insane. This is also the trend in narcissistic abuse households. There's typically only one child that really receives the worst of it. They are the scapegoat. My mom also says that what I'm saying is that she's literally the worst mother on the planet Earth, and don't I know how bad some parents are when I criticize anything? That's so frustrating, because they're just like, it's just such a shift into victimhood. It's just like, oh, you're making me feel so bad. It's a narcissistic tactic. Darvo. Deny. Attack. Reverse victim and offender. I'm being attacked right now because you're making my feelings hurt so much. You're saying I'm the worst parent in the entire world because I did those things to you, but there's worse parents and I was trying my best. Do you notice how your parents often become very childlike when you start talking about these things to them? They actually regress into a really childlike sense of logic. That's because they have deep wounds that stem from childhood, and that's why when you start to, actually address those wounds, they revert into like a childlike sense of, you know what I mean? So my advice would be, if your parents want to act like a child, treat them like a child. Talk to them the way that you would talk to a child. Yes. No, I'm not saying you're the worst parent in the world. What I'm saying is that I have valid concerns and I'm still trying to process my feelings. Why are you saying that it's not okay for me to have feelings? I understand that you're feeling bad, but I also feel bad. What can we do to work on this? I'm just the worst woman in the world for saving you by adopting you. No, you're the worst woman in the world by adopting me and then abusing me. That's what makes you the worst woman in the world. You're not the worst woman in the world by adopting me. You're the worst woman in the world for what you did after you adopted me. Doing a pity parties, it's a narcissistic tactic. It's just their way of trying to get you to feel sorry for them. You caught them with their hand in the cookie jar and they're like, but I was so hungry. It's like, shut the fuck up. Another factor to consider in your parents' behaviors and what shaped their upbringing was the cultural expectations and pressures that were put onto them. You got to consider, what are the cultural expectations and pressures for a father? And I'm not saying that they're good, I'm not saying that they're valid or that we should uphold them, but we want to observe what they are. What are some of the traditional cultural expectations that many fathers feel pressured to uphold? And again, I'm not saying they're correct. I'm not saying they're right. In fact, many of them are very outdated and very overdue for change. This would be things including like having to be the breadwinner, Having to be the one who provides. This puts a lot of pressure onto one person when they are made to feel like you need to be the sole provider, and if you cannot be the sole provider, you are a failure. A lot of them are dealing with this type of pressure. Also, those stoic stereotypes of being to just needing to be just carved out of stone. This cold, unfeeling robot. There's also a lot of economic and social stressors. You know, being the one who, you know, feels expected to make those sacrifices or to, you know, to provide financially, to keep up appearances. My mom used almost all those to gaslight me. We still haven't seen a family therapist, and they act like I use a therapist as a shield. They both have a huge ego, and I don't want someone telling them how to, and don't want someone telling them how to parent. Yeah, sounds like narcissistic behavior to me. Sounds like narcissistic behavior to me. What I would say is, why do you feel like I would need a shield? Maybe I wouldn't need a shield if you didn't just constantly attack. You know, it's like they're this close to figuring it out. They're so, it's like, just like, we're not asking for much. We're just asking for a little bit of accountability. Just a little bit of accountability. Just let us know that you fucked up and you wish you had done better. That's all we're wanting to hear. Like, come on, just give it to me. Just let me know. Just tell me you were trying your best, but you fucked up. You wish you could take it back. You wish you could have been better. You're gonna try to change. That's all we want to hear. It's not much. The bare fucking minimum. Hey, Goldfart, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you. It's just wild to me how with many parents, like, all we want is literally the bare minimum, and they act like they would rather die. That's narcissistic tendencies for you. Let's talk about issues with our father figure can impact our adult relationships. In many ways, it can influence our romantic relationships, and we can develop issues with trust or dependency, or conflict resolution. You know, in going through this presentation, I can now see how there is a lot of overlap between... Like, I'm trying to find that nuance, you know? I'm trying to find that, like, what does it mean to be a father? What does it mean to be a mother? What does it mean to be a parent? I'm feeling like, you know, a lot of people draw those lines, and then there's a lot of, like, cultural expectations for different parental roles. I feel like we're moving away from a lot of these. I feel like a lot of these are things that are still around, they still exist, but we're trending in a different way. We might have a difficulty seeking validation or repeating familiar patterns. In our friendships, we might feel a fear of abandonment. We also might feel a competition. A lot of people are made to feel like they have an adversarial relationship with their parent, or especially their father. And so what does this do? This leads you to develop relationships later in life where you often feel like it's a competition. So having an adversarial relationship with a parent can lead you to believe that it's a competition. I need to always be comparing myself. I can't let people get too close. I can't let them figure out what my vulnerabilities are. I can't let them have the upper hand. They also have struggles with vulnerability. They might not allow people to get too close. And in our professional life, we might have issues with authority. Or we might have an overcompensation for approval. We're going to talk more about men trying to compete with their male friends. That's a great idea. I think we should do that. It's something that I've been mindful of in my life, and it's something that I've taken measures to move away from. Because it's not like it's something I wanted to be doing, but it was something that I caught myself doing, and so I've taken measures to change it. Because it's not a contest. It's not a zero-sum game. When my friends win, I also win. Another important thing to consider is the cultural and societal influences. Societal norms have shaped the traditional idea of a father or a paternal role. We have this idea of what an idealized father should be, and then we have what real fathers are, and it's often problematic when we try to be the ideal. We should strive for the ideal, but we need to remember that the ideal is impossible. We also have to take into consideration the ways that media portrays father figures and how this impacts expectations. We need to be mindful of the different ways that we are reinforcing what is and is not acceptable for a father to be. And something else to take into consideration is the way that different cultures will hold different standards. There are differences in parenting styles and in father-child dynamics that exist across different cultures. So this is also something to take into consideration. A lot of what men will put forward into being a father are things that are instilled in them by the culture that they live in. Media these days makes a lot of fathers the comedic butt of the joke 90% of the time. Yeah. Yep. Just the bumbling idiot. Quick to anger, never vulnerable. Like here, watch him slip and fall. Watch him get kicked in the balls. Haha, funny. Let's talk about healing and growing. Let's move on to something a little more positive, a little more uplifting. One of the most important factors in healing is your self-awareness. What you really owe to yourself is to recognize your patterns and to recognize your triggers. You got to think about, how was I made to feel? How was I treated? And how is that translated into how I... Oh, Miss Poopy, hello. Oh, she woke up and she says, it's time to pet me. I know. She says she has daddy issues with me and that I'm not giving her enough pets. I know, Miss Poopy, I'm sorry. I should give you more pets. Hi, baby. Oh, you want a treat, don't you? I don't have any treats here. Maybe I can get up and go get you one. We'll get you a treat after the presentation. How about that, Miss Pooh? If any interaction at all with this parent makes me uncomfortable, is that a good sign to cut contact? That's one of the best signs to cut contact. Are there literally zero redeeming qualities to maintaining this relationship? Is it literally only harming you? It's like having a barrel of toxic waste in your house. Just be like, I don't know, should I keep the barrel of toxic waste? It keeps making me terribly ill, and it makes my hair fall out, and it makes me unable to eat anything, and I think my skin is melting away. Should I keep it? I don't know, like, it was a gift from my parents. No! Don't... Get it out of there. The best way to love a dangerous animal, whether it be a tiger or a bear or a lion, the best way to love a dangerous animal is from a distance. You know, if you get too close, have they earned a relationship with you? That's something to consider. Parents are not entitled to a relationship with you just because they raised you. That is something that should be earned. If they're unable to treat you with dignity and respect, then are they deserving of your time? They've not earned a relationship with me at all. They don't even know me or anything about me. Then I think you've answered your own question here. What makes them any different from a stranger on the street? I just couldn't imagine being a parent and not wanting to know who my child is. That idea is just unfathomable to me. But some people really do it. Some people really do it. Like, if I was a parent and my child was a stranger to me, I would be devastated. I would do anything in my power to make that right. I would not be able to live with myself if that was the case. I would do anything in my power to fix it. But a lot of people find it easier to cope by just blaming the child for the abuse, and that's disgusting. A child is never to blame for the abuse that they suffer. And anybody who says otherwise should go to jail. You should go to jail. A lot of parents have kids purely because that's what you're supposed to do. Yep. They're like, well, I did the thing. Now what? If I start talking about my interests, my mom starts talking to other people in the background. It almost feels like the cruelty is the point. It almost feels like they're trying to push you away. It almost feels like they're trying to make you feel miserable about yourself. In all honesty, fuck those people. That's just so fucking disrespectful. Like, if your parent can't sit there for 5 seconds and listen to you talk about something that brings you joy and love, fuck them. They're a fucking asshole. I still have not called them back, so I am really close to just letting the relationship go. I feel like, in many ways, you already have. The ties have already been severed. There's just some ties that still remain. The fact that it will probably bring you relief knowing that you don't have to talk to them anymore should give you a good indicator that it's the right thing to do. A lot of people maintain a relationship with an abusive parent because they feel like they have to. But if the idea of cutting off a parent brings you joy or comfort, that's probably a good idea. That's probably an indicator that's the right thing to do. I just don't know if I'm supposed to tell them or just say nothing. Last time I wrote them a letter and they stalked me. No response is a response. You don't owe them a single moment of your wasted breath. You don't owe them a single twitch of your thumb to send them a text. They don't deserve anything from you. Let them wonder. They got me fired from 2 jobs and called in welfare checks on me until I called them back. Those are things that enemies do. Those aren't things that family does. Those are things that enemies do. So right now you're deciding on whether or not I need to not talk to an enemy. That's enemy behavior. Can you imagine doing that to somebody that you care about? Getting them fired from their jobs twice? Repeatedly calling the police to show up to their house because you're not answering their calls? That's not love. That's something else. Something gross. Something stinky. Let's get back to healing and growth, shall we? So, first off, self-awareness is incredibly important. You want to recognize those patterns so that you can change those patterns. You can't really change a pattern unless you know that it exists. You can't fix a problem unless you know that it exists. So, become aware. Reflect on your experiences. Do some introspection. Recognize your patterns and identify your triggers. Next up, seek out therapy or support, whether it be from a professional or just by building a healthy support network. You know, friends, people that you can trust, people that you can talk to, people that you can feel safe becoming vulnerable with. The whole point here is we're trying to process these emotions that we're dealing with. They once got me hired at a job by a friend so that the friend could report my conversations to them and they would tell them to me at the end of the day. That's insane. That's absolutely just completely insane. That's so strange. So I would come home and they would confront me about things I said at work. In no way, shape, or form is that okay or is that normal. That's so toxic. That's so manipulative. That's so controlling. You don't owe these people anything. You don't owe them anything. You don't even owe them the dignity of closure. Just walk away. All right, another really important part of our healing and growth is breaking the cycle. Show yourself the compassion and patience that you needed when you were young. You know, if you didn't receive the compassion and the patience that you needed when you were developing, now's the time to show that compassion and patience to yourself. And we call this reparenting. Becoming the adult that we needed when we were young. This also gives you an opportunity to redefine what fatherhood means in your life. What does it mean to have a paternal influence? You know, and so if you didn't have a strong male role model growing up, maybe you can become open to seeking out positive male role models in your life. You know, not every relationship that you have with a man has to be full of strife or conflict. We can actually open up to realizing what it means to have a paternal influence in our life. I struggle with this because I feel like I had zero male role models. I have no idea where to find a man at all. Okay, I'm honestly, now I'm insulted. I'm wounded. Ouch. Dead. Dead. I died. A miracle has occurred. I'm back. No, I see what you mean. You know, just go out and try to find them. Go out and try to find them. Maybe do some volunteering. Maybe go to, you know, community events. Just go out and find them. They're not just going to come around door to door, be like, hey, you looking for a dad? Oh, hey, it's Rent-A-Dad's here. If you want a positive male role model in your life, go out and find them. But also, here's the thing. It doesn't have to be an older guy. It could also be a younger person. It's okay to have role models that are younger than you and role models that are older than you, because people learn things at different rates, and we can learn things from young people. We can also learn things from old people. So I have role models in my life that are older than me. I have role models in my life that are younger than me, because I can learn things from both of them. I mean, I would really like to have a father or grandfather figure, but I don't know how to find that without being weird. Are you gonna do it in a weird way? Like, unless you're planning on doing it in a weird way, I don't think that it is weird to, like, seek that out. I think that's actually really normal and really common for people to seek that out. You're not gonna go up to him and, like, poke him and stare at him with unwavering eye contact and be like, are you gonna be my dad? Like, no, just don't do it in a weird way. Just make friends with this person. Be friendly, be nice, be courteous. That's all you gotta do. A great way to also meet old, like, if you really want to, go to, like, a senior center. Go volunteer. Go do bingo with them. I don't know if you didn't know if you know this or not, but you can actually go to like senior centers just as a visitor and be like, I'm just here to visit. Like, who are you here to visit? Everybody. I'm just here to talk to people and socialize. You know, I'm here to go to the common area and be like, hey, how's it going? You want to play checkers? You want to play gin rummy? Like, what are those? What do you want to play backgammon? There's a man with schizophrenia who collects cats that live near me, and I want to be his friend, but I don't know how to approach him. He yells a lot, and I don't want to spook him. What I would recommend is start off by just being a familiar, regular face, a friendly face. Just smile and wave. Like, hi, nice to see you. And then, depending on the temperament or the mood that day, you can proceed from there. Also, dessert's also helpful. You know, I made you some cookies. I made some cookies. You want some? I feel like it's important to have strong maternal and paternal influences in your life. I feel like just the different energies that different people can bring is helpful to our overall growth. So, in conclusion, the father-child dynamics that we have can significantly shape who we are, but they don't define us. Remember that. You might be struggling in some ways right now, but that doesn't mean that it has to be that way forever. We are not defined by our struggles. We are defined by how we face those struggles. Never forget that growth is always possible. Healing allows for healthier relationships and a stronger sense of self. So next time, we'll talk about mommy issues. We'll talk about how maternal relationships can shape us. There's going to be a lot of overlap because parental roles have a lot of overlap. This is true. But there are some nuances and some differences, and a lot of these have to do with tradition. A lot of them have to do with culture and society. You know, these roles that we feel like we have to fill as either a parent, you know, a father or a mother. And there are some differences. There is a little bit of nuance. So we're going to explore some of that nuance next time. That's the show. That's the presentation. Thank you. Any questions? I didn't want to get too much into like gender stereotype stuff. I didn't really want to get into all that too much because it's just like I'm kind of over it. And so I kind of wanted to take an approach that was more like you know what I mean? Oh, any questions? Do daddy kinks mean something? What do you think? What do you think? Before I tell you my answer, I want to know your answer. I got my answer right here. It depends on what your idea of a father is. a lot of people have an idea of what a father is, and this is an authoritarian. This is somebody who tells you what to do, somebody who, you know, wants, you to respect them, somebody who can be stern and tell you, hey, do this, don't do that. And some people seek that out in their relationships. Some people might feel like they need that type of direction. They might need that type of discipline, that type of assertiveness. Something really important to remember is that one of the ways that people cope with their traumas is to manifest them in the form of kinks. Jana Splinters, hey, how's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you. Good to see you. We were talking about, somebody asked a question about daddy kinks. So we were talking about daddy kinks and what those mean. And what I was just saying was that one of the ways that many people will cope with a trauma is to turn it into something that they have power and control over, which would be sexual expression. This can manifest in many different ways. And a daddy kink is just one example of the many different ways that we can turn trauma into something that we actually can get pleasure out of. This is an interesting thing. This is an interesting thing that happens within people. This is something a lot of people do. It's a way to gain power and control over the trauma that has influenced you. And what better way to gain power and control over it than turning it into something that, gets you all bricked up. It's one of the many interesting ways that we cope. One of the many different ways that we cope. So yeah, next time we touch on this topic and of parental issues, we'll do it from the mindset of mommy issues. Because there is a little bit of difference here. There's going to be a lot of overlap, this is true, but there's also going to be some nuance. There's going to be differences. Statistically, more people are abandoned by a father than are abandoned by a mother. So you might see a lot more abandonment issues, for example, or a lot more issues with like not being able to express your emotions. And again, this is me, generalizing, and I know that everybody's different and everybody's story is different, but we're just looking at like commonalities. We're looking at like general trends here. Mothers tend to be the more emotionally open one, the one that it's okay to cry in front of, the one, but not always. This is something that we'll also talk about when we talk about mommy issues, because how do we respond whenever the parent who is traditionally the one that we can feel safe going to and talking about our feelings, that's not available? What ends up happening then? So yeah. And again, I feel like I can't say this enough because I don't want anybody to accuse me of being a generalizer. But there are like cultural influences. There are traditions and norms that do exist in parental dynamics. I'm not saying that they're correct. I'm not saying that they're right. I feel like both parents should be compassionate. I feel like both parents should be able to discipline their children when necessary. It shouldn't fall on just one or the other to do the emotional processing or the punishment. It should be a team effort. That's what I believe. But oftentimes what ends up happening is one parent is the good cop and the other parent's the bad cop. Katsuki says, in reference to what we were talking about, how kinks can develop, it's like when you have people that respond to being assaulted with hypersexuality. Yes, that is often the case for why people would develop hypersexuality. It's their way of maintaining a sense of control over the idea of intimacy, over the idea of sex. It's all about reestablishing a sense of control. One of the things that makes trauma so difficult to process is we feel like I can't control it. It's out of my hands. It's just something that happened. I can't change it. And many of the ways that we use to cope with those feelings is to try to find a way to control it. For some people, it's developing kinks. For some people, it's developing a drinking problem. Some people try to avoid it. Some people, it manifests into maladaptive coping mechanisms. Anyway. Hope you enjoyed the presentation. Okay, it's not just a term around the term daddy issues as a sort of insult. What I want you to tell them is that being the type of person to accuse other people of having daddy issues is a symptom of having daddy issues. Like, I'll see stuff on Twitter and they'll say things like, God, I hate Twitter. Twitter's so fucking awful. It sucks so bad. But you'll see things on Twitter, they'll say things like, oh, sorry, I dropped it. Oops. I had something in my hand that I was fidgeting with and I dropped it and it clanked on the floor. I'll see people say fatherless behavior. And I'm like, okay, you're accusing somebody else of engaging in fatherless behavior, but here you are on Twitter getting into beef with somebody in the comments section, accusing them of fatherless behavior, but you're completely unaware of the fatherlessness of your own behavior. Okay. I need to update my social links so that it has my Blue Sky account, because Blue Sky is actually where it's at these days. Twitter has become the 4chan of social media. And I'm never gonna call it X. I'm always gonna call it Twitter. I'm always gonna call it Twitter. I don't support dead naming, okay? But when it comes to Elon Musk's ego and the name of a social media platform, I'm gonna make an exception. Twitter isn't a person. I don't know, we passed legislation that said that corporations were people. Miss Poopy's daddy issue is that I'm not giving her enough treats. She says, I've got daddy issues. Where's my tuna fish? Oh, she loves her daddy, though. Right, Miss Poopy? I'm gonna go let the dogs out real quick. We've got some questions in the box that we're gonna get to. We're gonna hop into the question box. So we'll be right back with that. But I'm gonna go take a very quick break. I am going to, I'm gonna go let the dogs outside and run to the restroom real quick. So, just hang out for a minute, just chill and just enjoy the sound of cats purring by the fireplace. Right, Miss Poopy? He's hungry. Alright, be right back. Just a sec. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got Miss Poopy her snack. She's ready. She's ready. Oh no, Miss Poopy, I gotta open it first. gotta open it first. Hold on. Where's the tail? Miss Poopy, that's it. There's none left. Got it all. She loves those treats. Loves those treats. They're like cat Go-Gurts. It's like a creamy pate. It's in a squeeze tube, and you just it's fun. The cats love them. All the cats here, they had a big box of them at Costco. Like 72 treats for like $10. Like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Are you happy now, Miss Poopy? She needed a snack. She was getting a little grumpy. Maybe it was more than that. Maybe it was more than $10. I think I'm lying. I think I'm spreading this information. This is what we got. I guess it was more like $25. But still, $25 for 72 treats, that's a pretty good deal. I don't know where I got $10 from. Clearly, I'm losing my mind. Maybe we got them on sale or something for like 15. I don't remember. Miss Poopy, can you... There you go. Thank you. Alrighty, we got a couple more questions in the box, so we're going to get to those before we wrap up for today. So let's go ahead and take a look. How do I give myself compassion when I don't like myself or my life? Great question. Let's talk about this. So here's the thing. Compassion and liking yourself do not need to be one and the same. We can show compassion to the things that we don't like, including ourselves. When it comes to showing compassion for yourself, what I mean is, it's not about being nice to myself. It's not about showing myself, what compassion is it's about wanting better for yourself, understanding your circumstances, figuring out where you are so that you can figure out where you're trying to get to. Having self-love is not the same as liking yourself. Having self-love sometimes means that you need to recognize the things in your life that need to change. You might not like where you're at. You might not like who you are. You may not like your circumstances. You might not like your thoughts. You might not like your behaviors or your reactions. But you love yourself enough to do something about it. And so that's why compassion is so important. Because we recognize that I might not like myself, but I want to do something about it. That's what compassion's all about. So compassion is just taking the time and the effort and the energy to try to ease your own suffering. That's all it is. So what can we do about it? What can we do if we don't like ourselves or our life? Well, there are a few different things we could do. We can take time to think about and come up with things that we do like about ourselves. Even if you can't think of anything, I could probably think of some for you. I could probably find some out. Even if you don't like yourself, even if you don't like who you are or where I'm at or what's going on in my life, the fact that you want better for yourself is something that you should like about yourself. You see where I'm coming from? The desire for things to be better, the desire for more love, more healing, more growth. Those are all things that you should like about yourself. So one way to practice liking yourself more is to reframe what it means to like yourself. Wanting to grow and improve is something that you should like about yourself. So what do we do beyond that? Well, we take inventory and we say, okay, what do I not like about myself? Am I being fair with myself? Am I overthinking things? Am I being too harsh? Am I being accurate? Where do I stand? We need to get proper understanding of the situation. And the best way to do that is to approach it from an unbiased perspective, a detached place. Viewing myself as if I am not me, I am just someone that I care about. Viewing my situation as if it was not happening to me, but rather it was happening to my best friend. What I want for them. And lastly, what we want to do if we don't like ourselves, if we don't like our life, we gotta know, what can we do about that? What can we do about it? Come up with a plan. What can we do to like ourselves more? What can we do to like our life more? I would say that focus on liking yourself first. Because if you like yourself, it makes it easier for you to like your life. If you don't like yourself, it's not really easy to like your life, is it? I don't think so. Can you imagine a situation in which you love your life but you hate yourself? I can't really think of it. I feel like to love your life is to love yourself. So what are we thinking? What are we thinking? What's that next step? What's something meaningful that we can do to turn this around? I would say that just starting off by recognizing that I am learning to have more compassion for myself. That's a good place to start. Study up on what it means to show compassionate. What does compassion mean to you? Start treating yourself in the same way that you would treat someone that you really care about. My problem is I analyze myself in material accomplishments, physical traits, net worth, and I have nothing. This is why material analysis kind of falls short when it comes to people. Maybe we could look at branching out from that mindset. Your material gains are not what define you. It's just an aspect of you. I would say it's not even really an aspect of you, it's an aspect of what you've done, and that's not even a really good reflection of you as a person. Man, like, look at a piece of art. I mean, what is it if not just something that's scribbled or put onto a piece of paper or sculpted out of mud? It can still have value and it can still have meaning because what it signifies. I feel like to solely focus on the material aspects of yourself is to sell yourself short. You've got so much more to contribute, so much more to give. You've got so much more meaning to your existence than just your stuff, what you look like, how big your house is, how much you get paid. You got a big, beautiful brain inside you that can do all sorts of wondrous things, so celebrate it. I got in trouble for the wording of an evacuation notice, even though I was told to copy and paste a message from my supervisor. Technically, they got in trouble, but they tried to insinuate I should have proofread it, Lamau. I don't get paid to proofread. I get paid to send out the message that you told me to send. Give me proofreading money. You want me to proofread? I don't see proofreading in my job description. You want me to do something that is not in my job description? Are you gonna pay me for it? That was me in the workplace, and let me tell you, my bosses always loved me. Well, my immediate supervisors always loved me, but the higher ups, you know, they didn't really. Anyway. Something interesting that you might find enjoyable if you are working on practicing compassion is this. It's a form of meditation. It's known as Tonglen meditation, and it's a really simple practice. You breathe in and you breathe out. When you breathe in, inhale suffering. There is suffering in the world. Breathe it in. Exhale compassion. Show compassion for those who are suffering, for those who are just trying their best to survive, for those who are fighting to make it through today. And repeat. Do it again. It's that simple. It's that straightforward. It feels very peaceful. It's called Tonglen meditation. Inhale suffering, exhale compassion. It's like turning your body into a filter. It's like turning your body into a machine that converts suffering into compassion. It's kind of cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail. Oh, you know what I'm not sorry about is this. I'm wondering how to deal with at least one narcissistic sister. That's a bit of a tongue twister. My narcissistic sister got caught in a twister. A new tongue twister about my narcissistic sister. Sorry, I shouldn't be up here making jokes. Actually, I'm not sorry. I retract it. I take it back. I'm not bonking myself on the head. I'm wondering how to deal with at least one narcissistic sister. The one I have to deal with and can't be persuaded to be reasonable in regards to my late father's estate and won't respond to our lawyer cousin, who is the executor, about some stock that is supposed to be converted to money for me, and I am on disability while she has a house. Any advice on how to handle narcissistic siblings and abuse? In cases like this, it's probably like whenever there's lawyers involved, it's always best to just let the lawyers do the talking. In situations like this, it's typically best to just leave it to the legal experts and to not interfere with the process. Typically, when there are lawyers involved, you don't want to go around the lawyer and start interacting or getting into conflict with the other person on the other side of the legal action, because then it could potentially damage the case that you're trying to make. So just for the context of that case, I would just say, just leave it up to the legal experts. It's like, if it's at this point where there's lawyers involved, like, let the lawyers handle it. That's what they're for. But outside of that, let's talk about how we can deal with narcissistic siblings. Dealing with narcissistic siblings can be a bit easier than dealing with narcissistic parents. I'm not going to say it's easy. I'm just saying it's easier. Because sometimes with that parent-child power dynamic, a parent just might be less willing to listen to the things that their child has to say, even if their child is 45 years old. They might still try to treat them like they're a poo-poo diaper baby. So whenever there's lawyers involved, yeah, just leave it up to the lawyers. Like, just try not to interfere with that process. You don't want to give the other person any ammunition to use against you. But let's say, for the sake of the discussion, let's talk about how we can engage with narcissistic siblings. I have a strategy, but you might not like it. My most successful strategy at getting through to a narcissistic person is something that I have taken from something that they do in improv classes. It's an improv game that they play in improv classes, and it's called Yes, and the whole point is to just be agreeable and go along with what the other person is saying. And sometimes what can be effective in engaging with a narcissist is to just allow them to unload all of their ammunition. They want to call you every name in the book. They want to accuse you of all of these terrible things. Just be like, yeah, I know. And then you have to outlast them. You have to basically just stand there and take it until they run out of ammo. You have to be cool and collected. You gotta play it cool. Be like, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I know. That was wrong to do. Yeah, just take it. Just take it. And I hate that this is how the strategy works. But narcissistic people can be so sensitive and so easily triggered that sometimes to get through to them, you have to outlast them. I wish there was an easier way. If anybody has found one, please let me know. But my preferred strategy is just stand there and take it until they run out of ammo. Because eventually they will run out of ammo. If you just play cool, you don't get heated, you don't turn it into a yelling match or an argument, you're just agreeing with them, nodding, please go on, continue, tell me more. And they run out of ammo. This is what you hit them with. And this is something that I have crafted meticulously. This is something I've put a lot of thought into. Hear me out. When they run out of ammo, and you'll be able to tell when they run out of ammo. This is what you want to say to them. I hope you have it in your heart to forgive me. I hope you have it in your heart to forgive me. The reason why this phrase is the one that I prefer in particular is because not only are you telling the narcissist, hey, I want to fix things with you, I want things to be peaceful, because that's what you're working towards. But what you're also doing is subtly challenging their abilities. You're saying, I hope that you are capable of forgiving me. I hope you have that in you. I hope you're able to do that. But you're doing it in more of like in a more subtle way. So you basically just have to stand there and take it and let them call you every name in the book and let them blame you for everything that's ever happened in their life that was wrong. because that's what they'll do. And then when they're done, you say, you know, I just hope you have it in your heart to forgive me. Yeah, we don't want to come off passive aggressive. We want to come off as sincere. You can, because in many ways it is sincere. You can tell that, you know, they are frustrated and they are angry, and I hope that I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can forgive me for all this anger that you have towards me. It's not untrue. You're not lying to them. You're also not accepting all of the blame that they're trying to fling your way. You're just saying, I hope that you can forgive me for what you're mad at me about. That's all you're saying. But then what? Do they just stop when you say that? Well, they're gonna... Okay, so here's the thing. What's a narcissist gonna do when you say that to them? They don't want to feel like they don't have it in them to do a thing. They don't want to... Because that would be an insecurity. Of course they're gonna feel like they can forgive you. Why wouldn't they be able to forgive you? They're the most forgiving person you've ever met. Of course they're going to be able to forgive you. And then what that does is it opens up the conversation. It opens up the conversation for us to talk about things like moving on and forgiveness and growing and healing. And that's why you do it. It's because it's what allows you to actually start having a more meaningful conversation with them. Even if it opens up the conversation about what should forgiveness look like. The trick of this is not to just make them change their mind. It's to open up an actual, meaningful, productive conversation with the narcissist. That's the point. The point is not to actually fix them. The point is to open up a conversation so you can actually have a chance of getting through to them. Because their defenses are so high, their sensitivity is so high, you basically just have to wait until they run out of ammo and then, be like, I hope you can forgive me. I can tell you're really upset. I hope you can forgive me for all that stuff. It'll give you an idea also if you want to actually to continue to try to work on this relationship or if it's a good time to walk away. This is also a good opportunity for you to gauge whether or not this is a person that I actually want to try to mend my relationship with. Like, this is serious business. Just remember that when you're dealing with a narcissistic person, you are dealing with somebody who is deeply insecure. And you have to cater to their insecurities if you actually want to reach them. Another thing that I've found to be productive in engaging with a narcissist about their behaviors is don't talk about them as if they are their behaviors. They're going to feel like you're pointing a finger at them. It's our behaviors. We can all do that sometimes. We've all done it. Talk about how it's our problem and not how it's just their problem. That's also a good way to do it. I disagree. Most narcs would probably see you asking for forgiveness as admitting you're in the wrong. I just give them as little fuel as possible. Then that's a narcissist that you want to disconnect from. Like, the thing about engaging with narcissists is that many of them, the best way to handle them is to just not play their game. But we're talking about for the sake of actually opening up and having a meaningful conversation with them. Of course, some of them are going to see it the way that you describe it, and I understand that. And I don't feel like there's anything to disagree about. I'm just saying, how can you crack that coconut? There's no guaranteed tried and true way to do it because narcissists can be one of the most frustrating and challenging people to engage with on the entire planet. So yeah, of course some of them it's not going to work. That's to be expected. but we're trying to find a way to make it work. You know? I'm trying my best out here. I just don't see any narcissist worth dealing with. Yeah. Yeah, but sometimes it's, it's for, like the people that I would prioritize, like if you're trying to mend a relationship with a narcissistic person, I would say the best type of person to try to do that with would be a sibling. And that's why we're specifically, we were talking about siblings when we were talking about this. Because I feel like when you're a sibling, you can have an opportunity to actually, like, there's a more level playing field when it's between siblings. You see each other more as peers. And there's also a benefit for you being able to work together and cooperate, for the sake of the family dynamic. If this is just like a neighbor, or this is just like somebody else or somebody you work with, it's like, okay, who cares? Like, just don't play their game. Leave them alone. Give them a wide berth. But there are people who want to mend their relationship with their narcissistic siblings, and so that's why this is one of the ways that you could go about doing it. My problem is I still like my parents, even though they're narcissists and didn't do enough for me as parents. That doesn't sound like your problem. That sounds like their problem. That sounds like a problem with them. You wanting to like your parents is not your problem as the child. A child should want to like their parents. It's normal for a child to want to like their parents. That's not a problem. Even if your parents suck ass, it's still normal to want to like them. That's a completely natural and normal thing. So I just don't want you to view that as a problem that you have. It's not your problem. The problem is with your parents. Papa Brain. I like it. I like it. Papa Brain. I have some religious trauma. It's not massive, but it is enough that I left the church and lost my faith in Christianity. I'm not an atheist, but I identify more as agnostic. See, that's the way. That's the way. Like, being an atheist, it's the same thing as being a believer. You're believing in something. You're choosing to believe that I know what is happening in the universe, and that is just not really the way to do it. I feel like, if anything, be undecided. The universe is a tremendously large place, and there's a lot of stuff that's going on that's completely beyond our comprehension, so why rule something out just because we don't think that it exists? So I always prefer taking an agnostic approach rather than just like a complete atheistic approach, because militant atheism to me is the same thing as militant fundamentalism. You have decided that you know what is true, and I don't believe that anybody knows what's true. We all just get a tiny little glimpse. I'm working on my mental health, and to me, the next step feels like meditation. However, I struggle with connecting meditation to religion or prayer, which makes me feel an aversion to doing it at all. Alright, so here's the thing. Meditation is scientifically backed, non-secular exercise for your brain. Look at it that way. You don't have to adhere to any school of thought. You don't have to adhere to any religious beliefs. It is a scientifically proven benefit to you. Every time you meditate, it's like taking bicep curls for your brain. You don't have to be in the church of CrossFit to work out at the gym. You don't have to go to the Peloton cult. Meditation is backed by science. That's the beauty of it. How can I overcome this hurdle? I just seem to get the ick from anything my brain connects to spirituality, which limits my growth. Is there a way to disengage these two things in my brain? Yeah, it just takes time and practice, and you open up to it, you know? You open up to it, you bloom. You're like a flower. You're opening up to it. The reason why I choose spirituality is for a completely hedonistic reason. I find it more enjoyable to believe in something than to not believe in anything. I find it more satisfying to me to believe that there is something beyond me, and that I'm not the be-all, end-all of the universe. You know, you don't have to do transcendental meditation and cast your consciousness out into the universe and try to come into contact with higher level, higher dimensional entities. That doesn't have anything to do with what you're trying to do. You're trying to just find peace and clear your mind, and that is scientifically backed, non-secular practice. Meditation is unlike anything else you will do because failure is part of the process. In meditation, failure is success. The whole point of meditation is to simply exist. Just focus on your breathing, or just focus on the sounds that you can hear, focus on the sensations in your body. It's just all about turning your focus up. It's about being aware. It's about paying attention. That's all it is. And then what happens is your mind starts to wander, and it starts to wonder about, what was that embarrassing thing I said? What was it that my boss told me to do? What am I going to have for lunch? And the whole point of meditation is to clear your mind until you notice that you're lost and that you're caught up in your thoughts again. And then you start over. Try, fail, repeat. Try, fail, repeat. And every time you do that, it's like doing a push-up for your brain. Oh, so then I am meditating right before sleep? Meditating into sleep is one of the best ways to start practicing meditation. If you're trying to work a meditation practice into your life, do it before you fall asleep. That was how I originally learned how to do it, and I was pretty young when I learned how to do it. I saw this TV special and it was talking about all of the cool superhuman stuff that monks can do, and I'm like, oh, I need to start meditating. The thing about meditation is that it is something that you can do anytime, anywhere, for any amount of time. You can do it for 1 second, 2 seconds. It's not about sitting there and doing it for hours or sitting there and doing it for, minutes. You can do it right here, right now, by just focusing on your breath. Take a big, deep breath in through your nose and focus on where you feel that breath as it enters your body. So, for me, I really feel it in my nose where I pull the air in, and then I feel it down in my belly and in my diaphragm where I pull that breath in. And slowly let that breath go and pay attention to where you feel it. It's the next step because I'm a pro at the first. The next step in meditation, once you get the basics of meditation, is to start setting intentions for your meditation. Give yourself a goal. Am I meditating for an idea? Am I meditating for creativity? Am I meditating for peace? Am I meditating for awareness? Am I meditating to expand my consciousness? What is it that I am trying to do by meditating? Setting a goal and then setting out and seeking it. That's the next step in improving your meditation practice. Once you learn how it's done and what it feels like, the universe is your oyster. Get out there. You can meditate for focus. You can meditate on a feeling. You know, you can meditate on your anger. You can meditate on your love. You can meditate on your joy. Just to allow yourself to explore that emotion on a deeper level. If your brain was a computer, meditation is how you program it. Meditation is how you change the functionality of it. You get it? I'm glad you get it. So the thing about meditation is once you start practicing it for a bit, what you'll notice is that meditation actually makes you feel really good. One of the things you notice once you start practicing meditation for a little while, and this doesn't take very long, maybe a couple weeks, maybe a couple months. It doesn't take years. But once you get to a point where you're like, meditation actually makes me feel really good. It makes me feel really calm, really peaceful. Actually, sometimes it makes me feel really happy. And then you're like, I wish I could feel this way all the time and not just when I'm meditating. And then it all clicks. And then you realize, I can. I just have to open my eyes. New ability unlocked. Passive meditation. You just go through life in a more meditative mindset. You're able to put more space in between your thought and your feelings. It feels like you are awake in the Matrix. It feels like a superpower once you get the hang of it. Is it possible to do meditation wrong? I would say that there are ways that would be, like, perhaps unhelpful, but I wouldn't say that there's a right or a wrong way to meditate. And I feel like that's something that's really important to recognize, because part of what early meditators struggle with is this feeling of, am I doing this right? Am I doing anything at all? Is this actually helping? Like, what am I doing? I'm just sitting here and I'm just thinking, like, what is this doing? Just breathe. Just breathe. Something you very commonly experience when you start practicing meditation is you are like, am I doing this right? Happens to everybody. Just that worry of like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm correct in this. From Dr. K, someone with serious trauma shouldn't meditate alone. Interesting. I would suggest in the beginning of your meditation practice to perhaps do more guided meditations. This can help to keep your brain in a more positive, uplifting, and supportive realm. Rather than just trying to, you know, go in, no guides, no guardrails, no bumpers. Guided meditations are a great way to get into a meditative practice. You know, find one that's 10 minutes long and then sit there for 10 minutes and listen to it and then see how you feel afterwards. That's all I'm going to say. Give it a try, see what it does for you. Love a good guided meditation. Even experienced meditators like to go back to guided meditations from time to time. Like, guided meditations aren't just for beginners. But I would say that they're especially helpful for people who are just getting into the practice, because if you're just sitting there and thinking and you're a person who struggles with a lot of trauma, a lot of stress, then just sitting there and thinking is going to do what? It's going to take you into a place where I'm now thinking about things that are actively stressing me out, and that could overwhelm you. So I understand where Dr. K is coming from. I feel like meditation is also a great way to recover from trauma. It's a great way to heal from trauma because it allows you to view the trauma from a more detached place. It is a thing that happened to a person. It is not a thing that happened to me. I'm able to look at it more objectively. I'm able to be more fair with myself. I'm able to be more impartial. And that can be really helpful in changing our perspective. Viewing ourselves as just a person rather than viewing ourselves as us. You know what I mean? Meditation really does help you to approach your life, your feelings, your experiences in a more impartial way. And sometimes that's exactly what we need. I wake up in the morning, I try to lay there for a few minutes and think, but I just end up just worrying about stuff. Is this a productive worry, or is this this is just what I'm used to kind of worry? If we're gonna be worrying, we want it to be productive worrying. What does productive worrying look like? Well, I need to do this. I need to make sure that this gets done. If I don't do this, then this is going to happen. That's productive. But if we're just worrying about hypotheticals, if we're just worrying about what could happen or what if this thing happened? Sometimes we find ourselves in situations where we're worrying and we're literally making things up. Have you ever found yourself having an imaginary argument in your mind with someone that you're not actually talking to? Like, what would I say if I met so-and-so on the street and we were having a discussion? How would I argue with them? Have you ever done that? Have you ever? I used to do it all the time. But every time I would do it, I would catch myself and I would just say, hey, why are you rehearsing an argument? That's just stressing you out right here, right now. That's basically just putting you into a situation where you're arguing with somebody. I would say when you're meditating, pay attention to your thoughts, but don't participate in your thoughts. Just try to watch your thoughts as if they are just floating on by. Maybe they're balloons drifting through the air. Maybe they are confetti falling from the sky. Maybe they are leaves floating on the surface of a river. Maybe they are cars or train compartments passing by in front of you. Your whole point, your whole exercise here is to just observe and to not participate. That's what meditation is all about. Just pay attention. No judgment, no criticism, no involvement. I am just observing. And it might sound silly and it might sound like it's not helpful, but it is scientifically backed to be a helpful thing. Experienced meditators can achieve higher levels of brain functioning. They can produce higher levels of electrical activity in their brain. They can experience deeper, richer emotional experiences. Deeper levels of love, joy, all of those good things. We were talking about inner child work. It was really interesting. Is there a book or reading material you recommend? I'm trying to think. I think Dr. Nicole LePera wrote a book about it. And I'm a fan of Dr. LePera. She read a book on it. I don't know if she wrote a book on it or not, but it's something that I think she talks about it in her book, How to Do the Work. If you want some good introductory material, I could give you a copy of my slides on inner child work. Yeah, I did a presentation on your inner child. And I included, activities and things that you can do to connect with your inner child. How to recognize your old wounds, different strategies. So this is a good place to start. I'm going to give you a copy of my slides. I'm going to post them on the Discord. I want to do work, but I can't pay for counseling and stuff right now, but I do have time to read. See, here's the thing. There are many ways that you can help yourself to heal. It's a great place to begin. If you're not able to afford a counselor, that's okay. There's still a lot that we can do on our own. Having a counselor is very helpful, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to understate the importance of having somebody who can help to guide you through that experience. But you can do a lot of good on your own. But what I would encourage you to do is to always continue to talk to other people about it, because if you're just doing things all alone on your own, you might be reinforcing your own errors. You kind of need other people to talk to and engage with and to discuss this kind of stuff. So this community here is a great place to do that, because you can talk to us about it. You can talk to other people who have done the same type of work and just talk about their experiences with it as well. So I'm going to post the slides in the Discord. I'll post them in the Show Talk channel here for you. And I think that might be a good place to start. Just a little reading for you. Journaling can help. That's one of the techniques we recommend in our presentation here. It outcome. Like, the importance of inner child work is you want to understand your wounds. And a lot of the wounds that we're dealing with were inflicted on us when we were young. And so, in order to heal those wounds, we have to really reconnect with that part of ourselves. And this can be difficult. It requires a lot of vulnerability, but it really is just some of the most profound healing that you can do in your life. Yeah, we talk about ways to start to recognize and understand your wounds. We talk about how you can connect with your inner child. So, and a lot of this actually encourages you to have fun and to be playful and joyful. So don't forget to do that part too, okay? That's a really important part of reconnecting with your inner child. Your inner child wants to have fun. So invite them out to play, you know? One of the things that I did was I was meditating, and I envisioned myself approaching my childhood home. And I went up and I knocked on the door, and I asked, "Hey, can Josh come out to play?" That was what I did to really just connect with my inner child. I just envisioned like that physically happening. Very powerful moment. Like, envision yourself like with your younger self. You're in your old bedroom. Imagine them there with you. What were their favorite toys? Give them a big hug. Tell them it'll be okay. I know I need to do it because it just keeps coming up for me and disrupting my life. I'm ready to move past this. And I feel like the reason why it keeps coming up right now is because you're ready to work on it. You're ready to do something about it. That's why it keeps coming up, is because you're like, all right, this is something I want to do something about. Hell yeah. So yeah, check out those slides. I posted them in the Discord. If you have any questions or if you want to talk about it more, we will keep the conversation going in the Discord, so check it out. There's a lot of really helpful exercises you can do. You can write a letter to your younger self. You can engage in an inner dialogue with your younger self. It's a great way to help yourself become unstuck. I've never been able to pee in the same room as other people. Like, if I go into the bathroom and I'm at a urinal, I literally cannot pee if there's anyone in the room that can perceive me. I play an instrument pretty okay too, but I can't play when I know another person can hear me. Am I just a nervous Nelly? Is it a self-esteem thing? How can I master my piss shyness? Exposure response prevention. And this goes for both your instrument shyness and your instrument shyness. There are some ways that you can practice this. Let me find something for you. Go to the bathroom at home, but play this in the background. Sound effects of a public restroom. Practice going to pee in the comfort of your own home, but start doing it with the sounds of the public restroom in the background. this can be a good way to start to practice. Hate this, but it actually can't help. I know. I'm not saying it's ideal, but I am saying it can be effective. I hate this. Yeah, this is terrifying for the bathroom shy people right now. Sorry to put you through this. So that's one way to do it. To desensitize yourself a little bit. What could also help is going to a public restroom when you really have to pee. Another good way to do it is to go into the public restroom when you really, really have to pee. Like, nobody's getting in the way of you peeing. Like, I don't care if it's God, I don't care who it is, nobody's getting in the way of this thing I'm about to do. You know what I mean? Like, to the point where you have to pee so bad that it's like, I don't care who's in there, I'm peeing. I think that's also another good way to practice. That'll kind of put you into a situation in which you can start to expose yourself to this type of situation. Oh, hello, Miss Poop. So there are a couple different ways that you can change this behavior, and it's done through a process that we call exposure response prevention. You are trying to expose yourself to the situation that is causing you issues, but in a gradual way to like build up your comfort level. So if this is something that you want to work on, it's definitely something that you can change. It's definitely something that you can overcome. I think positive self-talk is also helpful, just reminding yourself, like, it's okay, it's normal, you know, there's nothing wrong with me, I'm just... What, doesn't Walmart have bidets? I don't want to use a bidet at Walmart, we'd get a staph infection. Using the Walmart bidet sounds like a great way to get a flesh-eating bacteria. So does that make sense? Does that make sense? Those are just some ways that you can practice it. I would also practice playing your instrument in front of other people. You know, I feel like if you work on one of these things, you might as well work on both of them. And in working on one, you might find that it also helps you with the other. Because I feel like the underlying cause is the same, this sort of like nervousness, performance anxiety. Even, you got to think about it that way, it's performance anxiety. Even using the public restroom, it's performance anxiety. I'm here in the bathroom, I'm in front of other people, I'm putting on a show. Imagine a world where there is no poo or pee. I don't want to imagine that kind of world. Maybe the flesh-eating bacteria take is not the best help to overcome public restrooms. Nobody's getting a flesh-eating bacteria from a urinal, all right? I was talking about Walmart bidets. Trying to do that with certain people that I work with, both of which have to do with like crush situations. Being around them either makes me feel sick with envy and insecurity, or makes me feel so pressured and uncomfy for not liking them back. Just trying to be around them for a small period of time and reminding myself they're nice people. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Exposure response prevention. It's the best way to learn how to handle any type of nervousness or anxiety is just incremental exposure to the thing that causes you stress so that you can become better at coping with that stress. It's the gold standard in that type of treatment. This is going to be the last one of the day. Hi, hello Joshua in chat. I'm gay. Oh hey, gay. How you doing today? Good to see ya. All right, I have a great use of ChatGPT. All right, check this out. We are going to have ChatGPT come up with a step-by-step exposure response prevention regimen for overcoming urinal shyness. So check it out. Member regarding bathroom shyness. I was wondering if you'd be able to come up with a exposure response prevention regimen to overcome bathroom shyness. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say. They're going to give you a step-by-step. Bathroom shyness, often referred to as paruresis, shy bladder syndrome, or bashful bladder, can be effectively addressed using a structured hierarchical exposure response prevention plan. This approach helps desensitize the anxiety response in a gradual, controlled manner. Below is a step-by-step regimen you can adapt for your audience member. Number 1, understand the fear. Identify the specific triggers of the anxiety, for example, the presence of others nearby, fear of being heard, difficulty starting the flow of urine, public restroom environments such as stalls or urinals. Measure anxiety levels on a 1 to 10 scale for each situation to create a hierarchy of difficulty. And then to build the hierarchy, start with the least anxiety-provoking scenario and gradually work towards more challenging ones. The easiest one would be to just imagine yourself using a public restroom while you're alone at home. Or using your own bathroom at home but leaving the door open. Using the bathroom at home with another person in a different room. Using a single occupancy public restroom where no one else can enter. Using a multi-stall public restroom when it's completely empty. Using a multi-stall restroom with someone present but farther away. Using a multi-stall restroom with someone in the adjacent stall. Using a urinal or stall with people nearby. See how it kind of like, it's a tiered, it's like step by step, increasing levels of difficulty to overcome a fear. Then we go into exposure practice, start with the easiest task and practice until the anxiety reduces significantly. So this is how you do exposure response prevention. You're like, all right, how anxious would it be for you to do this thing? Like, oh, that has me at a 7. All right, we'll practice that until it's at a 2. And then move up to the next one. Don't forget to use your relaxation techniques if anxiety spikes. It's so hard to poop in shared public bathrooms. Used to be that way. But now I'm loud and proud with my poops. I don't care if that bathroom is packed, I'm pooping. Another important thing to consider is response prevention, so we want to avoid using safety behaviors such as waiting for complete silence, distracting yourself with your phone, or rushing to leave before others enter. Also, practice normalizing the experience, such as reminding yourself that most people don't notice or judge others in restrooms. When I need to poop at work, I go across the street to use Krispy Kreme's bathroom. It smells nice, and I sometimes will get a free donut for pooping there. Well, that just sounds like a win-win. You get to poop and you get a donut? That sounds like a good day. Important thing to do is cognitive restructuring. Challenge those unhelpful thoughts. I'm in a bathroom. It's supposed to sound like I'm taking a pee. Who cares if people hear me? I'm in a bathroom. It's supposed to sound like farts and poop. And then, over time, build up your confidence through repetition. So as you can see, this is one of the reasons why ChatGPT is so awesome, is you can ask ChatGPT to give you a step-by-step plan to overcome bathroom shyness, and it will give you a very well thought out, very well structured, very helpful plan to do that. I haven't pooped in a public bathroom since elementary school. I always held it in until the hotel or home. Oh, yeah, a lot of people will do that. A lot of people are comfort poopers. We got a lot of people who would rather just wait until we get home. And it's like your body notices that. It's like whenever you start to pull up to your house, that's when it all hits you. You're like, oh, I need to get inside right now. You ever been there? You ever been there? It's like, oh, poop cramp. One of the things that I did to make myself more comfortable going in public restrooms was whenever I was in college, I made it an effort to go and poop in every single restroom. That was every single public restroom on campus. When all was said and done, I probably pooped in 30 different restrooms. The last time I pooped in a public bathroom was in a Walmart. It was easier than I expected. I would rate Walmart as one of the lower tier public restrooms. Walmart's definitely like near the bottom of the list. Walmart bathrooms can sometimes just be nasty. Target has an okay bathroom. Alrighty, it's 6 o'clock and I'm gonna go make dinner. It's 6 o'clock, so I'm gonna go make dinner. If I go into a nasty bathroom, I just pee on the floor to make a point. Okay, well that's just you being nasty. That's just you using the nasty bathroom as an excuse to be nasty. Like, well, everybody else is doing it. Man just wants to be nasty. We gotta be the change we want to see in the world. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna go make dinner. Have a great night. Take good care of yourselves. And I'll see you tomorrow. Alright, have a good one. Stay safe out there. See you next time. Bye-bye. Those dogs are barking. Don't worry, Atticus, I'm coming. Well, Miss Poopy, did you have fun?